was thinking of what to say. I actually don't have anything. Why is this volume so low? Ah, this is interesting. So I just learned that the volume of my earbuds can be adjusted on my monitor as well. Because I know that if I'm playing my PS4 on my monitor, if I'm playing my PS4 on my monitor, the only way for me to lower the volume is by going to the monitor. I didn't know that I could do with the same thing if I have my earbuds on the monitor, because the sound going through that is through the monitor, you know. And raising a little bit the sound of my music, because I feel like my microphone is a little bit too loud, but I can't lower my microphone further than this, so I'm gonna be to mute. Okay, now the music is a little bit too loud. Minus 32. This is exactly what it was. God damn it. Okay, I don't have a lot of things to say before I start the game. So let me just do a few off-screen things. Someone asks the main reason why I do this 10 minutes of lollygagging, of faffing, or wasting my time before I play the game is because YouTube has a little bit of a restriction on your vocabulary. And even though I don't swear like a sailor, I am an adult. I know how to swear, and I will swear. So I'd much rather wait at least 10 minutes before, you know, just to make sure that I don't get hit by something undesirable by Susan. Is her name Susan? Where is the YouTube CEO lady? I forgot. Okay, still have 6 minutes. Might as well talk. So for this week, today being the class trial means that the next stream would be my rest stream from the content, where I would play something else so I can rest my mind from Danganronpa for at least like 3 days. I'm gonna do it for 1 week. I'm gonna do it for 1 week. The reason for that is one. Since I'm doing a stream today, the date of the stream being Sunday, my next stream is going to be, ideally, it's going to be on the Tuesday. Ideally, unless something goes wrong. But it shouldn't. I'm doing a late enough hour when nothing is going to stop me. I mean, the only thing that can stop me is me finding a job, but when's that gonna happen? Second, what else? I am going to use this week to see how it would be like for me to stream on my PS4. I'm going to stream Bloodborne. I'm probably going to stream Bloodborne. What else? Also, the other reason. I'm still having my mind that one person that said something about the third chapter having the dub finished. The dub isn't finished. It is on the process of being concluded. I have no idea how long it will take for it to finish the dub of the third chapter, but like my prediction is going to be somewhere towards the end of the month. I'm not going to wait for the end of the month to finish the game, to continue to chapter 3. Like, the game is going to be like at least a few more weeks before they finish it. But I don't know, it's been bugging me. What if I miss something? So I'm going to give 1 week. I'm going to give this 1 week where the streams are going to be on a different day, to see if something happens. If the chapter 3 dub comes out or not, it doesn't matter. I'm going to continue playing the game, just not this week. This week I'm going to play Bloodborne. I'm opening Discord. I forgot to play open Discord today. But I think I can show this real quick. Progress reports, here we go. Again, I am not telling them to hurry it up. That would be insensible of me. I just want to show where I'm standing on this. Why I'm afraid I may have missed something. Let me go to studio mode to make sure I don't do anything stupid. Where is it? Discord. Why can't I show Discord? Alright, it's gonna be this. Let me just swap this to the other screen then, because at least I have some control there. Well, why did you change sides? Okay, it's back to normal. It's back to normal. Okay, so here, can I zoom? How do I zoom? I can zoom. So this is chapter 3 work in progress as of now. February 12, 2033. Chapter 3 work in progress. 100% translated. Localization 80%. Proofreading 80%. Voice acting 68%. Implementation 70%. Testing 30%. It isn't completed. It is taking a little bit of a while to finish, but the odds that I may have missed something are high. I went out of air for some reason. The odds that I may have missed something are kind of high, so I am going to give 1 week just to make sure that I'm not wrong. And to rest myself. Rest myself from Danganronpa. Still gonna be streaming. Let me open the game. Why isn't this invisible? Why is my thing invisible? Oh, no, it is visible. Oh, it is invisible because it's working. Okay, never mind. I have a thing under the game screen to tell me if the game isn't playing. Is the game opening or not? Oh, here's the game. Alright. What is the... oh, here it is. Okay, while the game finishes opening, I'm gonna mute this. A little recap of what happens. The twins decide to throw a little show. Not the twins decide to throw their show. Things have been a little bit depressing. On the game, not on my life. On my life is still the same. Things have been a little bit depressing because people are still doubting each other. So Miss Setsuka, the ultimate billiards player, decided, you know what? Let's make another happy thing happen for everyone. She decided to convince the twins to throw a show to see if they can come back to us. And they did. It was really cute, it was really nice, the voice acting was nice, it was cute. It wasn't a lot of singing, thank god. It was a good job, well done. And then Kokoro faints after the show. And I think that is the hook for the class trial. And that's pretty much it, so let's go. What is it? 5-1? 5-1? 5-1. Literally ended right after that. So we go to bed. The joy of the twins returning and the anxiety of Kokoro's condition. Fix my screen real quick. Somewhere between the two emotions, I felt myself drift off to sleep. You restore 1 endurance. You feel the effects of a beautiful morning and get an additional 1 endurance. Hell yeah.
It is now 7 a.m. Rise and shine. I hope you have a comfortable and enriching day today as well.
Huh? Who need me this early in the morning? Hey Sosie, good morning, slept well. Oh Hibiki, good morning. This is certainly a surprise.
Right.
You're going to breakfast, right? Let's go together, kind of the stage too. More or less. She seems half asleep to me. The same can be said for you though. You seem really energetic this morning, Hibiki.
Of course.
Kinda adorable. Alright. Let me enlarge this. Of course, I'm super excited about hanging out with you guys again. Everyone else has already left to the dining hall. Come on, Sosie. If I don't hurry, there'll be no food left. Alright, just give me a moment to wash my face. Stop happening so fast. After woken up myself up properly, the 3 of us made our way down the dining hall.
Heyo.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
Mickey, Kanorara too. Good morning.
Jeez.
You haven't even finished breakfast and already this lively.
Of course.
It's been so long since I ate with you
Oh,
guys.
shucks.
Well, we never technically kicked you guys out. You just chose not to come.
You're amazing.
Goodness me, seeing how your smiling face almost brings a tear to my eye. It's been ages since the dining hall was this full of people, so to commemorate such a cheerful event, I've prepared something special for breakfast.
Oh,
Behold the Sanoji starter. Rice topped with salmon steak with a California salads, bacon, pasta, and cream cheese soup. Oh my, how mouth-watering. Ah, but do I spy my one night the bothersome Mr. Ottery over there? Well, frankly, I never enjoy eating my greens, so it seems I have lost my appetite. I shall bid you all adieu. Enjoy your meal. Hey, is he trying to pick a fight with me? Mikado would say pretty much anything to get a rise out of anyone. At least he started disappearing more often lately, so it is something.
So.
That was a good meal. Huh? Am I finished already? But this steak is so delicious.
I'm sorry.
I just cannot enjoy my meal knowing something happened to Kokoro. Oh yeah, Kokoro fainted yesterday.
yeah, but
Oh, here we go. Kokoro. Hope she pulls through.
Therefore.
Yeah, so rough. I went to her room as soon as I woke up, but there was no response. I guess she still was asleep and recovering. Not much else to do. I suppose I just keep searching for clues then. Oh, Kokoro. Wait,
Oh dear.
is the class trial not today? Was I... Well, isn't taking as well. Em really isn't taking as well. Though that's to be expected given how close she become with Kokoro lately. Wonder what actually happened to Kokoro. She didn't look bruised or anything, so we can assume no one attacked her, right?
Say,
Well, not necessarily. As I said yesterday, she could have... Shut the hell up, Kanade.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Sis, I'll be quiet. Don't be angry, please.
In other words,
No, I think Yuki is right. She probably didn't get attacked. If you think about the rules of this game, if they wanted to hurt her, they would have been killed. They would have killed her. Just knocking her out wouldn't accomplish anything.
Maybe.
Then is it really as simple as getting sick or something? She seemed fine to me over the past few days. Maybe she got cursed. Curse? What curse? They say that this island is full of ghosts and goblins. The records in the museum even spoke about people dying because of some mysterious curse. What if the curse killed Kokoro? No way, curse isn't real. Don't say stuff like that.
oh, right.
Speaking of museums, did anyone go to the museum yesterday? Why do you ask?
The thing is,
Well, I was out on my morning jog earlier, and I thought I saw a glimpse of water trickle out of the exhibit. So I decided to check, and when I did, the big Yuki statue, whatever it was called, was shattered into pieces. The stand was shattered.
yeah, but
Water was spurting out of the statue into the exterior of the exhibit. I figured one of us must have broken it by mistake.
Are you serious?
Why would anyone break a statue? One of the points in that damaging school property, didn't Kokoro break something? She did. That's against the school rules. But we haven't heard anything from Monochrome. Maybe Shobai or Mikado did it. Maybe... No, I didn't skip it. Oh well. Come to think of it, it seems to remember Kokoro did break part of the statue when first arriving in the second island. So it is true. Kokoro really was cursed because of the statue.
Not happening.
No pulling my leg here. There ain't no darn such thing as ghosts.
Wait.
Back it up for a second, let's take a moment. Not only do such unscientific things not exist, but if you assume for a moment that they do, you will know what logic to trust from now on.
Besides,
Though even I can explain about the broken statue thing. If someone here had broken it, they would have been executed for damaging school property.
let's move.
If it isn't one of us, then no point in talking about it. Well, considering relevance to Kokoro if it becomes necessary. For now, let's begin a routine investigation. Once the review is over, make sure to check up on Kokoro. But if you get cursed by being near Kokoro?
Creeping me out.
Stop it, Roro. If you mention curses again, I'm going to get real mad. Stop trying to scare everyone. I'm sorry. But it is true, though. Excuse me. The mystery of the broken statue. What could this mean? Was there really a ghost roaming around, just like Kira had said? It's been one strange thing after the other ever since Kokoro fainted yesterday. After I'd finished her breakfast, we went upstairs to check on Kokoro. Emma said Kokoro wasn't up yet, but I think deep down, well, we're just desperate to see Kokoro awake again and have things return to normal. Of course, the rooms aren't nearly as big as places like the dining hall, so we couldn't all fit in. We didn't want to crowd Kokoro either, so we decided only a few of us would check up on her. Like 3 people, just to be sure, while the others focused on the investigation. Kokoro? Huh?
Huh?
What's wrong, Sora? The door is open.
oh?
Oh really? Did someone already enter? Guess that means Koko's not awake at least.
Look,
We need to check inside first.
My bad.
Excuse us, Kokoro. When we entered Kokoro's room, there was... Oh!
Ah, more visitors? Huh?
It's kinda cute. Fix your shirt though.
Kokoro, you're awake. Wait, what?
So by the Y makes his leader into the O. Okay.
Coco, are you alright?
Kokodo?
Save your breath. She can't speak anymore.
What?
Can't speak? Wait, how come? And what are you doing here?
The girl asked me to drop by, so I did a slight examination of her. She was willing to pay, so I made sure to hold up my end of the deal.
Examination? I guess you did take care of Sora when she was stabbed. But still.
Never mind that. Shobai, what do you mean she can't speak?
I mean what I said. That not enough?
You little...
On closer look, Kokoro was typing letters on the iPad.
Well, if the client says so, your call. This girl's caught some rare endemic disease, so she can't use her vocal cords. I don't know how it happened, but that ain't the worst of it. Looks like this thing's taken a toll on her neck and spinal cord too. In layman's terms, she's as good as paralyzed right now.
Okay.
What?
Well, like, it's that thing from, what's it called? Metal Gear the Phantom Pain or something. It's probably just a cold, some light disease. She'll get better soon. We were all talking about that over and over again. So, Sobai reports it feels like a death sentence to us. Sobai.
What do you mean by that? You're lying. She was fine just yesterday. You did this, didn't you? You murderer. You slimy, arrogant piece of...
Yes, clearly. Because it'd make total sense for the one who put her in this condition to then examine her the next morning. Sometimes I really feel like I'm losing brain cells whenever I talk to you guys.
Coco? He's lying, right? Come on, try speaking.
Shobai, is there any way we can cure this? If you know the disease, then surely you know how to cure it.
What do I look like? Some ancient witch doctor? I've just had some experience with some patients in Southeast Asia.
I can make some really good arguments with the whole argument of if I know the disease I can cure it. No, I can make some really rude arguments with that. For what I hear from my own family reports.
If there's a cure, it's beyond me.
But again, it is very rude and can put me in a very bad situation, so I'm not gonna. But it kind of infuriates me.
It's some sort of rare disease. But she'll probably get better once she goes through some rehabilitation. And the spinal thing might be minor, so maybe she'll walk again. Too soon to tell.
Come on, show some responsibility.
Kokoro. But you can't move or speak at all.
Coco, how are you feeling now? Are you in any pain or something?
And you trusted him? You know he's a total psychopath with a knife and all, right?
Fun fact, I also have ears, so watch your tongue. So, Miss Client, are we done here? I think I earned my pay.
What should we do? Kokoro, what can we...
Don't you say stuff like that.
First, we need to tell everyone. Oh, Emma. How are we going to break the news to Emma? She'll be devastated.
Wheelchair will help.
Of course. We'll do our best to help you with anything. Just say the word and we'll be there.
In front of the door? But you can't move. Shouldn't we just give it to you in bed?
Oh, that's not cool. Come on.
Kokodo, that's not fair on you. Can't we come visit you every mealtime? We want to make sure you're okay, especially when you're like this.
Only Pteria.
Well, we all know that he's definitely not a void, so that makes sense. He's still a bit suspicious, but I guess he's the safest bet. Alright, we'll each take turns and make sure to come with Terry.
No, it's thanks to you that we were able to make it through the last trial.
I have no idea why I'm not reading her text. I should have been doing that. I guess I'm just focused.
And you're still alive. So maybe if we're lucky, a miracle may happen and you could get better.
Yeah. Once we get out of this island, we'll take you straight to the hospital. And we won't stop looking until we find a cure.
Still not doing it though.
Of course, get all the rest you need. We'll see you at lunchtime.
This is...
For things to turn out this way.
Shoot.
Kokoro. What should we do? Don't cry, Yoriko.
Listen,
Yeah, you heard Coco, right? She's not going to die.
But
But it's so tragic. She was fine just yesterday and now she's like this.
That's...
They say you can never know the future for sure, but this is too sudden. Before anything else, we should tell the others. Let's gather everyone in the dining hall.
Yep.
Yeah. Using the chat function on eHandbooks Plus, we gathered everyone in the dining hall, including Siobai and Mikado, of course.
thing is...
That's the long and short of it. Coco can't move because of her disease and will be bedridden for some time. We need to take turns with Terry from now on to provide meals for Coco. Why? Why did it have to be Kokoro? There's plenty of others like Mikado or Siobai or... Well, fate doesn't discriminate between the sinners and the saints. If she be murdered, that'd be one thing, but that disease? Completely out of our control.
Oh dear.
This is not fair. And right after she started opening up to me, no less. We can't let this get us down, though. Kokoro herself said it. She's not dead. There's also still a chance of her being cured. She seemed really adamant that it shouldn't affect the investigation.
Well...
Kokoro was always like that. She's always seemed distant to us. But when things looked off, she makes sure we were safe and alright.
Shit.
Kokoro, you truly are something. Kokoro. No, I won't accept this. I'm not going to rest till Kokoro is healed. Kokoro, I cannot describe it, but around her I felt true happiness. If it's money she needs, I'll pay however much it costs. I'll dedicate my entire fortune for healing her if I must. I'm with you, Emma. If it means healing her, I'll do whatever it takes. But to do that, we need to get out of here, right? Guys, let's keep 1000% and search every single corner of this stupid place. To leave... What? We need to get out of here. We need to save Kokoro. Koro.
We can't give up.
That's right. When you're going to get stuff, the tough gets going. We'll work together and overcome this. What's this? One-line central? What will always defeat despair? It is one-line central. Ironically, Kokoro's situation had made us become even closer as we set out to give it our best. At this point, it was almost as if the first-class trial had never happened. I guess seeing Kokoro of all people trying to give her all and encourage us ignited some sort of passion within us. I've never seen the softer side of her before. Once 1 p.m. arrives, we prepare Kokoro's lunch and head to her room with Teria in tow, just like we promised. We didn't decide a set order. It was simply whoever volunteered would accompany Teria. For this meal, Yorko sets offered to join Teria in his delivery to Kokoro's meal. I'd be lying if I said the optimism was infectious. It even felt more energetic than usual. Do I get an extra point on my thingy? I've only known everyone here for a fortnight. We're all in the same boats, literally and metaphorically. Never mind our past, we're all stuck in this killing game together. Which in turn means we share the same goal. And by working together, each day we become one step closer to achieving that goal. Well, most of us anyway. I need to investigate harder for Kokoro's sake. And it is not a class trial. Ah. I could have continued a little bit more. I'm gonna have to change the stream title. Ah, it happens. This also means... One sec. So this one? Where is it? Oh, there it is. With the wheel. It's Mikey again. What's wrong with this wheel? This wheel is stuck or something. I like to socialize. Yeah. And now we find my key. No, wait. Even though it is a brand new... Even though it isn't exactly the last trial as I hoped, it still is a brand new socializing possible string, so... It gets so laggy for some reason. So many moving parts, so high heels. We're going to I either get out of money or find my porn book. Why is it got so laggy? Jeez. Just going. Low scented shampoo. A leather set. A digital camera. Present for Mickey. Japanese sake. More high heels. A curse book. Oh, automatic. Cool glasses. A knife. You got a knife. Hey kiddo. You got a slinky. You got a letter set. You got a digital camera. You got pieces of candy. You got one cup noodle. And I'm out of money. Okay. Oh well. Now to find Mickey. I didn't find my porn book. God damn it. Okay, maybe I should show this. Where is it? Here we go. The very first item that I got in this game. And I decided to make my mission. Every time I have the opportunity of a free time event, I should try, every stream that I have an opportunity of a free time event, I should try to get at least one, god damn it, one magazine. And we spin the wheel for free time events. No choosers here. What the hell is my key? That's stereo. Soba is here. Yuki Maeda is here. Yuki Maeda. The twins are here. There he is. How's the investigation? It would be nice if we could discover something. Interview? Well, I'm in the middle of an investigation, but interviews are always a top priority.
Your cooperation is appreciated.
Thank you for voluntary cooperation. My pastime is sharing a shot with Nikki. Yes, I have a few things he may like. Mikado's undergarments. Lance of Longinus. Spear of religious significance. What is this game? I didn't see. What is this game? I didn't see it. It is a fan game of another series called Danganronpa. It is a mystery, kind of like a murder mystery visual novel kind of thing. It is the second game on this series in particular, so there may be a few story events that can get difficult to follow. Why am I not speaking whenever I talk? Okay. Get out of my way. It's a Danganronpa fun game. What is that piece of candy? Memo pad. Blank memo pad with infinite possibilities. Oh, you gave me a gift.
Now that's a scoop.
Holy mackerel, what a scoop. I can see the front page now. Genius support lots of gifts. Thanks, Sora. V3 and V1. This is a fan game. This is a fan game. Okay, I could have said it's a fan game of the second game, but it isn't. It is a fan game that goes kind of tied with the story of the first game, but it's a separate thing. This one is loosely based on the ambience, not the story itself of the second game. But it's still Danganronpa. If you know how Danganronpa goes, only original games. But that's okay. That is okay. Nagi seems happy. It is still very similar to Danganronpa, so I don't know. Sora, good to see you. Do you have a moment to spare for the interview? I have time, but I told you last time, my memory. I'm not interviewing you. I was wondering if you could help me with an interview. Pardon? I'm going to interview others. You should come with me. Why me? When you interview various people, you get to hear about all sorts of experiences. If we hear some of them, there's a chance some of your memories could come back to you. Even if it's just a few. Nikki, we're taking that far ahead. Alright, I'll help. pretty much the same as V2 if I'm not mistaken. It is very similar, yes. There is a few of my theories that are based on this design, but I like theories about this story of this game that are somewhat based on this design. But I'm not going far ahead on telling them. In case I was expecting for a class trial on this stream. I may go for the full class trial, so it's gonna be another long stream. Great, thanks. Shall we go now? Ah, we didn't get any scopes 40. Nikki, I realized something during the interviews. You're a pervert. You're wasting your time. I doubt your talents as a journalist. What? Why is any of this a good answer? I doubt your talents as a journalist. What? I'm the ultimate journalist. If I didn't have talents, I wouldn't even be an ultimate. I want to learn to make executions and not learn to animate things. Is that so? Nike didn't seem to like that. What? That wasn't a good answer anyway. Well, I'm kidding. What I really felt was that you tend to emphasize the right hand a lot. And what can I say? This is my business weapon. It's a really hand for sure. What? That's supposed to be a compliment. Like fan-made executions. Oh yeah, I saw some of those. It may... Again. I don't know how to progress with this conversation. I was expecting for the class trial to start sooner on the stream. So I'm sorry if I'm not gonna be able to show the execution on soon enough. The stream is gonna take a while to finish. So in the meantime, excuse me for my very bad voice acting. And I graded it, and I have an accent, so no problem. Well, I'm right-handed. If I couldn't hold my pen with my right hand, I wouldn't even be here now. If that's the logic. Then wouldn't all right-handed people who use their hands for work have the right hands as weapon as well? Well, that is true, but in my case, I have nothing but my right hand, which brought me here. Pardon? Ah, it's nothing. By the way, thanks for helping me with my interview today. I'll be asking for your help again soon. Nike's humor information is recorded. I may get a new skill. Here we go. Just one. I see. Nike Yomiuri's skill interview. Add more information on the students of the handbook. Spoiler alert. The opponent's key points word is visible in Scrum debate. What? Scrum debate. What was Scrum debate again? I said my farewells to Nike as we parted ways. I mean, last time I got it wrong on my timing for the class trial. It took a full day for things to fix themselves. So maybe it wouldn't take that long. But it's still, it's 1 extra hour on stream. So it's gotta be a 4-hour stream. God damn it. 4 hours of talking. 4 hours of spinning the wheel. And it is Yoroko. Okay. Let's go. Find Yoroko. Whenever she may be. There is Emma. Would I be able to... Kokoro's room seems to be locked. Okay, I don't think I can. Let me... Oh. No, it's not even this one. Let me do a quick search on the floors before I go from room to room. Oh, that's Mickey. There is Yuki. Okay. That one here. There's Teria. Teria is still moody with me, so he will not talk to me. I think Shinji... No, no one's here. Where is Yoroko? Library, probably Sioba is gonna be here. Nope. Missing all the marks, can I? There's zero, huh? Okay. Oh, that is Siobai. Is no one here? No one's on the village, oh really? Mystical Museum of blah blah blah, whatever. Oh wait. Yukiona has been told that she lives in the mountains. There have also been cases of real sightings. While normally mild-mannered, it is said that after freezing the person she holds a grudge against, she cuts off their hands and feet and takes them with her. What? And no one decided to examine this. Do I see watermarks? Oh, hi you, Setsuka. Shinji's here. And no one decided to examine what happened to the Yukiota statue. Korakawa Shrine. There's Yoroko. It's the main building of the shrine, though you can't go inside since it's locked. Looks like I can make offerings. Alright. Yoroko Kabuya. I worry about Kokoro, but she's trying her best to head on. Let's help best investigate for everyone's sake. Should I spend some time with Yoroko? Yeah, sure. Well, take a break together. I'm fine with that, but we still have to investigate, so let's only talk for a bit. I spent some time chatting with Yokoro. Let's give Yokoro a gift. God damn it. Alcohol-free wine. I don't know if she would like this. High heels. A pair of shoes designed to make you more elegant. Walking in them is a pain, but the beautiful appearance tempts many people into wearing them. A porno magazine. Piece of candy. A sorted candy piece of various flavors. They say that one of these candies tastes like snot. What the hell would it tell me that? Mysterious vial. A strange liquid of well-known purpose and origin. Green smoke comes out of it if you remove the topper. A knife. Easy to carry around. Small but sharp. How it will be used up is up to you. The book is said to hold a horrible curse that causes its reader to die a few days later. Use caution when handling this book if you don't want to end up as the next victim. A shampoo that smells like freshly grown roses. The label guarantees no tears. Why? Because they're worth it. Aw. I don't have hair though.
Are you for real?
Are you giving it to me? It's just a coincidence that I got the perfect gift for me, so I won't thank you. Even though I'm very happy. Yorko seems happy. Sorry, do you have a moment? Yeah, what's the matter? Remember last time when you asked about why I became a hostess? I think I'm ready to talk about it. Ah, if you're sure, I'd be more than happy to listen. Well then, where should I start? First, look at this picture. This picture? What do you think this is? You? Is it you, Yoriko? Huh? How'd you know? Well, you're right. This is me. Really? To be exact, it's me from a few years ago in middle school. Looks like a totally different person, doesn't it? I don't know how to put this in words, but I used to be quite a pessimist. I was pretty introverted and had social anxiety during my middle school days, so I was bullied quite a bit for it. Sorry to hear that. I knew that unless I did something about my personality, nothing would change, but I felt so hopeless. No matter what I did, everything always went wrong, and I blamed the world for it all. In the end, I didn't even bother trying to change myself. Every day was my own living hell, and I resented the world around me. Then one day, some bigger kids dragged me to the school backyard to rob me and beat me up. That day felt much more brutal than the rest. I had honestly completely given up on that moment. I remember wondering if this was how I was going to die. And then, someone suddenly showed up on the scene. A girl. And all the students ran away scared. That person was an upperclassman from the school. There was a rumor that she was working part-time at some suspicious place. I thought she was scary, and not in the way those bullies were. But once she spoke to me, her voice was calm and soothing. She seemed like a really nice person. It was just the humor about her that was weird. I even teared up a bit when she said that she couldn't just leave me getting beaten up. Seems like a good person. Turns out, she's been bullied before as well, so she said that she understood how I felt. Anyways, with her help, I noticed my personality began to change, and we just saw the bullying finally stop. She was so lovely to me. Over time, I wanted to learn more about her. Asked her what she did in her free time, but she didn't want to answer. I was so curious one day that after school was dismissed, I followed after her. I saw her going to a pub. It occurred to me that those strange rumors about her must have been real. Was the upperclassman a hostess as well? Yeah, just like me, she was faking her age for her work. The reason she told nobody was that she didn't want her actual age to be revealed. But I still had to adapt to repay, regardless of what her job was, if anything. That only made me want to know more about her. I eventually talked to her about it, and she asked me if I wanted to work alongside her. With me knowing her as a comma, goddammit. With me knowing her cover had already been blown. Both of her parents died, so she had to feed her siblings alone. That's why she had such a risky job. Such a risky job with a high payoff. Now get me wrong though, both she and I didn't do sexual services. There are a lot of varieties of hostess, and those aren't even technically hostess. Those are just like selling your own body. I wouldn't have been even started if this was that kind of job. Although there are customers mistaking our business for one of those. I see. So you started being a hostess to become closer to her, right? That's not how there is to it, but... Oh gosh, it's almost real time. Can I tell the rest another time? Sure. Thanks. Oh, and Sora? Thanks for listening to my story. Yoriko Kabaya's raised from 2 to 3. Yoriko Kabaya's information, 1 skill point. After eating together with Yoriko, I returned to my room. Nothing new today. Again. And yet, perhaps it's the newfound group energy, but I don't feel nearly as gloomy as I usually do. After a fruitless investigation. Kokoro's been eating her meals with no issue, and while there's no current sign of improvement. Her condition hasn't deteriorated either. Approval? I should go visit her tomorrow, but for today, let's get some rest. There we go, to bed. I hope someone dies tomorrow. Restore 1 endurance.
It is now 7 a.m. Rise and shine. I hope you have a comfortable and enriching day today as well.
Morning already. Wow, that night flew by. Still filled with determination from yesterday, I decided to investigate the moment I finished my breakfast. The atmosphere was the same as yesterday, same crowd in the dining hall, same exotic breakfast with Mikado. Fortunately, he'd made enough for Kokoro as well, and we sat around deciding who would take it to her this morning. After a brief discussion, it was determined that it'd be Iroha and I accompanying Teruya for her breakfast. Kokoro, they brought you breakfast.
Hey,
It's me, Sora and Iroha. Can we come in? What's that sound?
you see,
Yeah, that unlocking. She told us she could unlock it with a remote control. I remember Monokuro telling me that. It's a good thing that feature exists. If we didn't, poor Kokoro would have to crawl back and forth just to unlock the door for us.
Good morning, Kokoro.
Good morning.
How are you feeling? You seem to be eating well.
Feel lively as ever. Thank you for bringing me my meals every day.
No problem. We're happy to help.
just hang in there for a bit longer, Kokoro. Everyone's been really working their hardest to investigate, so we can get you out of here. Once we're safe and off this accursed island, we'll do whatever we can to heal you. I'm sure the Foundation will have plenty of ideas. They'll be able to get you back on your feet.
This foundation you speak of. You mean the Kizaragi Foundation?
Yeah, at least I think I do. It's kinda all a blur because my memory's a mess. I'm sorry.
Well, if it's any consolation, Kokoro, you look a lot healthier and energetic than I thought you would. Are you sure you're comfortable? Can I get you another pillow? If it was me who caught your illness, I don't know what I'd do.
I'm not looking at the string, I'm looking at the volume levels. They may be a little bit too low.
Back in bed, not even able to say a word? I'd hate it.
Iroha, you're not really helping saying things like that.
Not really. It's not as if I was an outgoing person before this. Being alone can have its advantages. I like to be immersed in thoughts while lying down, so it's not a big problem for me. But of course, I would prefer being free of this illness.
We'll find some way to cure you, Kokoro. I promise.
I don't have enough information on this disease, but it does pique my interest. It wasn't pleasant when I first contracted it, but disregarding my physical symptoms, my mind now feels much clearer. Only the occasional fever now and then. She has a fever. I'm planning to write a research paper on this disease when I manage to escape this island.
That's great, but aren't you laid back a bit too much?
I do feel bored from lying down in bed all day. If possible, might I request you bring some books from the library on the next visit?
Wow, you really do never stop, huh? You seem even more energetic than before you caught this disease.
Sure thing. I'll bring some books when I come back for lunch. Let me know if you need anything else.
Thanks. I really do wish to apologize to you, Teruya. This task must be quite cumbersome to you, since you're obligated to attend every meal of mine.
Don't mention it. After all, you were the first one to try helping me with my amnesia when I woke up here, Kokoro. You can think of it as my way of paying you back.
Teruya, you're blushing.
No, I'm not. You're blushing. Shut up!
Haha.
Kokoro, she seems so much more talkative when talking on that device. I don't remember her being this lively in the chat rooms.
The deadpan expression just adds to the humor.
Is that so? It was as you had said. Kokoro seemed much healthier than we anticipated. Everyone seemed to be getting along, even the twins. But all come together and were more determined than ever. The only thing we needed now was a clue. I was going well. Until someone died. Oh, god damn it. Just die already! I have a knife, I can do it. Fine. Nope. Socializing it is. Oh, I forgot to spin. There is Siobai. I'm scaring these people. Hold on. Like between a few days. Look at that. Give me someone different. Give me Shinji. Yuki, that's fine. I've spoken to Yuki like once. I can do Yuki. But Jesus, I'm always getting the same people. I've spoken to Emma like once as well. She told me a joke about cashews. That's how I remember of Emma. I haven't spoken to Shinji once. I haven't spoken to Yuki. Stop going up the steps. I've spoken to Yuki once as well. Why don't let me talk to them or just kill them already? Come on. Hey Shinji. No, I'm not just gonna talk to them. I'm gonna follow the roulette. Yes, I am manipulating the result of the roulette a little bit, but semantics. Ah, there he is, there he is, there he is.
Yes.
Lately I felt like we're more determined. Let's take this feeling to heart. Huh? A quick chat?
I guess so.
I don't mind. Shall we take a quick break together? Yeah, sure. Let's see, Yuki Maeda likes mineral water. I'm gonna give him someone's portrait. A portrait depicting someone who seems to have lost all interest in life. Nothing is known of the artist, not the person that painted it. Huh? What? A gift? Thanks. I'm grateful. Yuki seems placid. Oh, he didn't mind it. He didn't like it. Yuki? Huh? What is it? Please say something. You're making things awkward. Oh, really? I know I'm the one who invited you to hang out, but this is just unbearable. Well, to be honest, I've almost never been alone with a girl before, so I don't really know where to start. Even for someone so passive and introverted, this is unlike you. The thing is, there's usually a bunch of people with us whenever we're talking. It's kind of weird just to say it up front, but I'm actually pretty shy. Then, how about we ask each other some questions? Like what? Like your hobbies and favorite food and stuff. Those are pretty meaningless topics, but yeah, I think it could help us get closer to each other. When it comes to hobbies, I guess I have to go with video games. I have a play rotation back at home, so... Well, I have a PlayStation, maybe we can exchange it. Never seen a play rotation before, how do you use that? My favorite food is ramen, especially cup ramen. It's fast and convenient, you know. I see. Do you have any more questions? Questions? You're so bland that it ruined the mood. What's the type? What? Wait, so this isn't dated anything, right? If I really had to choose, I guess it'd be someone who understands me. Well, that's pretty much like 85% of the decent people on this whole goddamn planet. No, let's stop. That's enough of that. It's too embarrassing to just casually talk about. He seems happy though. I really am just a normal guy. I don't have any special skills, anything that makes me stand out. Got in Hope Peak Academy as the ultimate lucky student, but got sucked into this huge dangerous incident. Could even call that luck. Maybe I used all of it to help on getting into the stupid school. Sorry, Sora. I guess this isn't the kind of situation we want to act out pessimistic about. Do me a favor and just forget about it. By the way, are you hungry? Do you want to grab a snack at the mart or something? Yugi seems to feel like he's inferior to his peers. And I got a skill. Okay, every 2 levels I got a skill. Yuki does this skill, good luck. High chance of getting an event during investigation. Plain boy. More experience points given clearing a cross trial. Yeah, nah, I want this one. After eating some food at the marts, Yuki and I parted ways and headed back to my room. Both of us, for more talking. Because it wasn't awkward enough. I think I have one more... Yeah, one more endurance. You know what, I'm just gonna go talk to Shinji. I don't care. I'm just gonna go talk to Shinji. It's the only one I haven't talked to yet. He may die. Talked to him once. Have I ever talked to Iroha? Did I talk to Iroha? Stop going up the stairs! I don't think I talked to Iroha either. I finished Mikado. Twins are here, alright. Satsuka's here. Yorko is here. Yorko. No one's here. Sioba is here. I don't think... Has anyone been in the laundry? I think the only one who's in the laundry was Yuri. It is Iroha. Where is he? I think Hajime was in the laundry room once as well. Don't ask me why though. Is no one gonna talk about the water? Mickey is here. Where is Hajime? Where is Hajime? Where is the boy? What is the boy looking for? Yoroko. You know what? I'm bored. Wow, look at that. Luck doesn't give a damn. As I gotta go find Shinji anyway. Is he? Okay, he is. He may be on the beach. not on the beach, where the hell is this giant man? Anywhere I haven't checked yet. Not, I am on the beach. Hey, no, that's Yuki. Is he dead or something? Okay. It is Yorko, again. Ah, sure. I know where she is.
But... Ah! Are you for real?
Oh. Yorko, what's the matter? Nothing. We're just wondering when we couldn't escape this place. That's... Honestly, I get more anxious every day. It's horrible never knowing you'll be alive to see tomorrow. Even if I survive through the day, anxiety continues to haunt me the next day. Honestly, it's driving me crazy. I guess the same for everyone else. Saying depressing stuff like this will only make things worse. Now I'm thinking pretending to be brave and strong is worse for you. Huh? Everyone has a weak side. Ignoring that and pretending to be strong is evading the problem. How about you rely on someone for a change, Yorko? Sora. You think so? Am I just pretending to be strong? Sorry. I was supposed to be the one you consult, not the other way around. Sora, about the stuff we talked about last time. The one stuff about the upperclassmen was started my whole career as a hostess. I remember. I looked up for her, and just like I said, relied on her a lot. I could show her my weak side that I wouldn't show to anyone else. I could feel relaxed around her, and now I could always rely on her. But that upperclassman, why did things happen to her now? Did she be... I don't know. What happened? Well, what happened? That's fine by me. The truth is, I completely lost contact with her. I looked up to her and wanted to become a person whom she liked. That's why I picked the same job and stopped my appearance after her. And then, somehow became the ace among the people at my workplace. And appears to reach no ace, my upperclassman away. When it comes to hostess business, there are non-sexual services like accompaniment and call-outs. Call-outs literally means that you call out a certain hostess to serve a liquor. Accompaniment is a service where the hostess accompanies a customer to on his way to your place. Obviously, the more you get called for the services, your pay increase. The plan to become someone just like my upperclassman backfires, as I became a superior employee and stole all of her popularity. As a result, her popularity died out day by day. In the end, she slapped me and left, saying that she lost a place to be because of me. I don't blame her. She was the one who allowed me to change, the one who made the person I am today. But after that, I became unable to rely on anyone, afraid that they'll ever leave me again. I won't leave you behind, Yorko. Huh? What are you talking about? That aside, I'm sorry, Sora. I made things awkward by talking about weird stuff. Instead of that gloomy stuff, let's talk about something a bit more positive. Yorko Cowboys, yada, 1 skill point. And now, I'm pretty sure I have no more endurance. Yep. To bed I go. Fluffy bed. I probably fall asleep pretty quickly if I lay down. Because this game has a stamina system. Restore 1 endurance. Hard to believe it's been over 2 weeks since I woke up and met everyone on this island. Since I have no memory, I got nothing to return to outside the island. Can't imagine how everyone else must be feeling. The pain and fear must be unbearable. Even if I don't have anyone waiting for me, the others do. That's all the more reason should help everyone escape here as soon as possible. To bed I go. Someone's dead.
It is now 7 a.m. Rise and shine. I hope you have a comfortable and enriching day today as well.
Death. No, it's just morning. God damn it. Nothing better than a good stretch. Another day, another chance to find a clue in our investigation. Right, breakfast first and is on with the show. Come on, everyone.
Hey,
Morning, Sora.
so,
Is everything alright? Everyone else has already started their breakfast. I mean, Sora has never really been an early riser, right? Good morning, Emma. It's been quite a while since you last had you join us for breakfast.
but
You said I lost your appetite after what happened to Koro, right, Amy? I was up super early and started searching before any of us have even eaten.
That's why.
Indeed, even now I couldn't care less for foods. That way I know Kokoro is still suffering. But it seems my body isn't quite as stubborn as my mind. I'm afraid I can't starve myself forever.
That's.
Not the only one. I haven't been that hungry as of late either. Which is a shame because as evil as he might be, Mikado sure knows how to make a delicious breakfast.
Aside from that,
How's Coco doing anyway, Terry? Still the same as always.
By the way,
Yeah, her body doesn't seem to be getting any better, but she insists her mind is just fine.
shit.
So no progress with her condition. And as much as it pains me to say it, feels like we searched every corner of the second island, so no progress with our investigation either. Day in and day out is just as the same. I kinda be tired of it. My fear are killing me. Can't keep this up forever.
Darn it!
Dang it. It's already been a week. Where are you, Ray? We need you. What's taking the foundation so long?
look,
Terra, I'm telling you, that woman is killed. And I'm telling you that's impossible. Ray Makaru is one of the strongest people I've ever met. The Foundation will pull through, they always do. Come on everyone, listen to yourselves, we can't give up. There's always a chance we overlooked something, so we're going to keep at it. Remember, you have to do this for Koro.
oh,
The darling singer that once ran away from us now rallies us through my powerful voice. Vic is right. I don't want to hear any more negative talk. We're going to give it our all today, just like any other day. It's not like we're in a hurry after all anyway.
alright.
Yeah, that's right. If you really think about it, we'll reach a new record. But in over a week with no one dying. Maybe now we can forget all about the voids, the murders and...
Me out.
Roro, seriously, for the last time, can you stop saying such creepy things? It's really stressful. Why is it always me you're yelling at? Just messing with something. Ah, that reminds me. Has anyone seen Kokoro since yesterday evening?
Huh?
Huh? Kokoro's stuck in her room. What kind of question is that? Well, when Emma, Terry and I went to deliver Kokoro her supper yesterday, there was no answer when we called her, so we just left the food in front of her room. She always opened the door for her meals, so I'm kind of worried.
Huh?
I don't remember seeing any food here last night though. You sure she didn't eat it later?
But
Maybe she was just asleep when you guys went there.
Sounds about right.
Maybe? Yeah, that must be it. Oh, that's a relief.
now then.
Now that we have finished our breakfast, time to get back to work. But before that, who's gonna bring Kokoro her breakfast this time? I'll go. I didn't go yesterday. Teria, you're free right now, right? What goes up must goes down. Our high spirits were never going to last forever. Despite what we told ourselves, at the end of the day, we still got no close to the truth and we ever started an investigation. It was gradual, but the mood was definitely starting to fall. There was this underlying fear that if we didn't find something soon, things may start to fall apart once again. More free time. Makes me think I have to trigger something. Well, I'm gonna trigger this wheel while I'm at it. Spin. Satsuka. That's okay. I have a gift for her. Okay, places Satsuka has been... Hi Emma. Place Satsuka has been ringing out in the last few days. The game room, the auditorium, the workout room, hiking trail, dining hall. Oh, there she is.
Hey now.
We discovered something soon right away, so you can talk about it with everyone.
Oh.
Well, resting is also important. Sure, let's take a quick break. Setsuka Chiebukuro. Sake. Can I choose? Thank you. A gift? Oh, this is... How did you know I love this? Oh, it's so cute. Come here, Rara. Big Sis gives you gonna give you a big old kiss. Would you happen to be interested in a game of billiards, Rara? Sure, I'll take you one. Follow Satsuka to the game room. My Rara, aren't you a fast learner? You think so? If I don't start taking this seriously, I might just lose. Kinda doubt it. But Satsuka, I was wondering something. I don't know that much about billiards, but don't the balls usually have numbers on them? I also thought about a lot of them. Why are there only 4? Well, we aren't playing on average billiards. This is actually a variance called 4 ball, you don't say. As the name suggests, it's played with only 4 balls. You're thinking of pool, which is more popular and well-known variation of billiards. So there are different kinds of billiards then. Sure are. So how about a pop quiz? Which of these are not a variant of billiards? Snooker, Karun, or Fluke? I know snooker is. Karun. Wrong. Karun is a variant including 4 ball, the one we just went over. It includes another type called 3 ball too. Correct answer number 3, Fluke. Fluke isn't a variant, but a skill. By the way, my main variant is pool. Although it's the most widely known type of billiards, it might be hard for a beginner like you. That's why I went for 4 ball instead. Rules were definitely very straightforward and easy to understand. If you get another chance, I'll teach you about pool. I could teach you some of my techniques if you're up for it. Be looking forward to it. Well, would you look at the time? That's enough slacking around. Let's get back to investigation. And 1 extra skill. Double shots. Get double the amount of any gift you find. I can get twice the porn books. 9 ball game. 9 ammo for TTS and the reload delay is removed. Do I make the shooting easier? Or do I get more porn? Priorities. After helping Setsuko investigate, I returned to my room. Morning passed in an instant. After we had lunch, Yuki, Teruya, and I went to visit Kokoro with her food. Kokoro, it's me, brought you lunch.
Hey,
I brought Sora and Yuki with me this time. Can you open the door, please?
Hey,
Kokoro, you in there? No answer again.
seriously?
Maybe she still was. I'm giving it the same voice. Wait a second, guys. Look down. Isn't this the breakfast that Yokoro brought up this morning? In front of the door.
This is...
Hmm? Yeah, that's the one Yokoro and I brought. No doubt about it. Wait, what? Why isn't she eating any of it? It's in the same state we left it in.
but
How would the breakfast still be here?
You see...
Well, when I came here with Yokoro, there was no answer. So we just assumed she was still asleep and left it in here. That is strange. She didn't answer the door yesterday for supper either. So this is the third time in a row she didn't answer.
I guess so.
But didn't Yokoro say earlier that she didn't see any food by her door last night? She must have eaten her supper then, right?
No way!
Wait, this couldn't possibly be... No. Kokoro, please answer us. Kokoro, open up. What's gotten into you, Teruya? I've got a bad feeling about this. It's the same feeling as before. That awful feeling right before something really bad happens. I felt a shiver down my spine as Teruya said that. No answer for 3 times in a row. The untouched breakfast. My mind began to race as I felt doubt creeping in. Kokoro, this isn't funny. Open the door.
Seriously?
Do you think something happened to Kokoro?
Darn it!
I don't know. But this feeling. Not again, please. Not again.
Hey now.
What's wrong? I could hear all you banging and shouting from outside. Is something up? Sasuke, something might have happened to Kokoro. She hasn't answered the door since yesterday evening, and she hasn't even touched today's breakfast. What? Koko, you there? Open up, it's Setsuka. Despite a desperate calls, there was still no response.
This can't be.
What should we do? Is there any way we can open the door? It's useless. Our rooms cannot open without our respective handbooks plus. And the rules forbid us from breaking down the door.
Wait,
No, there is a way. Monocrow, you false sparrow.
Unbelievable.
A false sparrow? How disgraceful. I am the crowiest of crow. Monocrow, open Coco's door. Now. My mind has quite the demands. I assume I have not forgotten about the impossibility of opening one's door without the owner's consent. She isn't responding to us. I'm going to take responsibility if something happens to her. You're a teacher, aren't you? Haven't you got a duty to care to help out your students that are in danger? Goodness gracious me. Quite forceful today, aren't we? However, even if I were to open this door, I believe our efforts unfortunately may be a bit too late.
what?
What do you mean by?
Oh, good grief.
Back to the topic of hands, I am afraid I cannot allow one to break into another's door. Unless certain dire circumstances arise. The rules certainly are strict, but I shall elect to forgive you if you do such in certain situations. For instance, let's say a murder perhaps. Regardless, since you did go out of your way to call me, I'll be kind and open the door this one time. The door unlocked. Coco.
Brr. What's with this mist? It's freezing in here.
As soon as the door was opened, we were all blown away by an aggressive gust of bitterly cold air. Our teeth collectively chattering, we slowly made it through the freezing mist and stepped inside the door. Monochrome mentioned that our efforts may be a bit too late. That was just another one of the scare tactics, right? He's bluffing, surely. Right? Kokoro's fine. Right? There was nothing right about any of this. Not the untouched food, not the unanswered door, and certainly not what waited us inside. Sure enough, upon the bed there she lay, cold and stiff, as if nothing more than a block of ice. Was the corpse of the ultimate psychologist, Kokoro Mitsune, with nothing more to greet us than the despair-filled silence and the tragedy of another friend gone. She's naked. Why is that the first thing that came to mind? God damn it, Susan. Noroi Monotogari. One sec. Noroi Monotogari. Noroi no Monotogari. On Amazon. Something about spirits. Oh, it is showing on the corner. I shouldn't be showing on the corner. Why is it showing on the corner? Oh, because it is. It is a manga. Help more learn more about this project by uploading a video. I just want to know what it is about. Missing novel series. The Curse of Haru. History about pain. Oh. Okay, it is something about a curse or whatever. I'm messing around with stuff. Okay.
A body has been discovered. Everyone please gather at the discovery site, Kokoro's room.
I don't remember how long I was standing there for. Our eyes barely had time to adjust to the mist before the soul-crushing body announcement rang out. The screams, the tears of disbelief, the dreadful despair, and above anything else, that vacuum-like emptiness. It was all too much, as I felt my mind go numb. By the time I convinced myself that this was in fact reality, everyone else had already gathered in Kokoro's room, Monokuro included. No, this isn't real, right? Please tell me this isn't real.
Don't worry.
Don't cry, sis. You'll live longer if you smile more. Smile? I got a sick cycle would smile a time like this.
Are you for real?
Yorko, please calm down. I was just trying to console my sis. Kokoro. No, Kokoro. Damn it. Damn it all. Shinji Kasai was supposed to protect everyone. You idiots, how could you let this happen? You useless son of a...
No way!
I can't believe it. It's happening all over again. I thought I'd finally seen the last of people getting murdered. Kokoro's room was a mess. Maybe it was because almost 10 days had passed since Yuri's death. So the whole element of death was fading from our minds. Maybe because we're all being such high spirits over the past few days. We'd all finally learned to trust one another and stop feeling we betray each other. But maybe because Kokoro was with us longer than we actually liked Kokoro. Whatever the reason, the situation was much worse than Yuri's.
This is...
Well, isn't there something we can just cover her up? We can't just leave her lying there so exposed. It just feels wrong.
Maybe...
I can't see any nearby blankets. How about it put this fur coat on her? Boys, could you turn around for a sec?
What a dumbass.
Hey, the fuck do you think you're doing? Contaminating the crime scene? Much? Leave her like that. You piss off. Unlike you actually cared about her. Don't you dare stop them from giving her some decency, or else I'll have to go through me.
Are you serious?
Oh, please, spare me your precious sentiments. What if that girl does something with the body under the pretense of covering her up?
Hey,
Excuse me? Are you prepared to say that again?
certainly.
Show us right, everyone. I understand you're upset about Kokoro's death, but she's clearly been murdered. In which case, we gotta do that again.
What?
What's that? Why, it's the heart-throbbing fun for the whole family class trial, of course. Ding ding ding, points to the birds. That is right, kids, it's time for another class trial. Finally, I've been looking forward to spending quality time with fellow classmates.
Better watch it.
You stay out of this, Mikado.
That's why.
So a class trial. That implies the kid is one of us again, right? The one who murdered Kokoro, that is.
Oh no.
No, that can't be. One of you did this to her.
This can't be.
Why it's been 10 days since Yuri died? Oh, we're getting along just fine. Even Hibiki and Kanade are joining us. Every day, we are making
Darn
progress.
it.
Yeah, what gives? There wasn't even some fancy motive or whatever. Why would someone do
If
this?
so,
It's the Voids. They're responsible for this. Only they would do something like killing Kokoro.
ugh,
The Voids, of course, are responsible for all of this. Was it all for nothing? Everything we've done over these past several days. Why still not enough to convince them to join us? Was nothing more than a blind naivety that led to Kokoro's death? Wait, no, this is all wrong. And might I ask what seems to be troubling you, Miss Niue? Kokoro wasn't killed by one of us, she was killed by Yukiona's curse. There is no time for a class trial, it's already too late.
Are you for real?
What? Yukiona's curse? Her hands, her feet, they're gone. Look at her body, they're gone. It's like the Yukiona, they just must have taken them. Was foretold in the exhibit. First they freeze the body, then they cut off their...
for real.
Are you kidding me with this crap? Iroha, please do us a favor and shut it up.
To be honest,
A curse, huh? You know, even if it's not real, I almost wish it was the curse that killed her. At least that way, we know it wasn't one of us who killed poor Coco.
Shit.
Even if it was one of us. Is it even possible for us to find who did it? Kokoro knew who killed Yuri before the trial even started last time. But now she's...
Well, that's not good.
Dear me, where's that fighting spirit wander off to? Excuse me?
Terrible.
Well, it's to be expected. It's not as if any of you have been using logic lately. We can't do it without Kokoro. This is the work of a curse. Such beautiful words are what you expect of cowards and pessimists to say.
Through the power of friendship.
On who can forget your most infamous example? Let's all stop doubting each other and form a trust with everyone. Honestly, what a foolish sentiment. Humans are naturally supposed to be far more intelligent than that.
Give you.
Well, what do you want us to do then? You're the cause of all this.
You little...
I don't think I have any right to stand here and say that. These students have done their best. They're thought hard, worked hard, and come up with many ideas.
Good grief.
Now, calm yourself, old man. I never said such a mindset was a bad thing. Human beings are intelligent, but also decisive, especially in a group. If we all collectively chosen not to think at all, then that's all there is to it. But, dear me, that will dull the class trial, would it not? So let me provide you with some motivation. Motivation?
So how's that?
If you successfully pass this class trial, I'll give you all a small present. I mean, you're all gonna die anyways if you don't pass the trial, so leaving on should be incentive enough. But, since there are no presents on this line this time, please wear your best smiles. Don't ask for a free headache today, so shut up, Mikado. You can keep your present to your so-called speeches. Everyone, we must do this. Sora, we don't have a choice. Giving up now is the same as dying. We've done this once before, so we'll do it again. There is no running from this.
Right.
Sora's right. And I'm about to hate myself for this, but I think Mikado might have a point. All this time, something's been bugging me. Maybe we need to give up on thinking logically.
what is it?
What do you mean, Nick? You agreed to our plans, right?
That's why.
I did, but that's just it. Past tense. And I'm saying I might have made a great mistake. For now though, we got more pressing matters. But I'll talk about the trial once the trial's over. We fail here and there won't be a tomorrow. Alright. First the curse in the class trial. You have to do that again. I can't. We're gonna die. We're all going to die.
Don't worry.
Sorry, Lemonade. Come on, Caesar, you can't give up that easily, right?
Alright.
Right, well. Let's do this. I'm solving this trial. For Kokoro's sake and hers alone. I'm going to solve this trial, she can rest easily. And after that, whoever had the gall to take Kokoro from us will have to answer to me. You're right, dang it. You can think about the other things later. Let's catch this conundrum, solve this trial. For Kokoro.
We can't give up.
Well, if we work as a team, we'll find the truth. No matter what comes our way. Everyone's finally ready. But this time, the stakes have been raised.
Behold, the monochrome file.
Number 2.
The hell?
Why is it number 2?
Oh, good grief.
You mean this is the second one? Numbering these lets me to keep track of things easier, that's all. Now, you all have 1 hour to investigate. Make sure to look thoroughly before time runs out. I am not going to laugh again. Yet another trial. If we don't solve this, we'll die. The merciless nature of this class trial forces us to always keep moving forward rather than giving up. We all took a deep breath, and the clock began to tick. We do this to survive.
Now then.
Well then, let's start the investigation.
Wait.
Everyone, could I have a moment? I would like to request for someone to guard the body again. We're going to need 3 volunteers again, right?
Don't worry.
No, I think 2 should be enough. This room's quite small anyway. To be honest, I requested 3 last time, solely because Hajime volunteered, despite acting suspicious. I'll do it then. I want to make sure Kokoro's body is safe. I make sure to investigate it in exchange. I'll ask that the other person guarding the body is a girl too. I can help. I'm not too good investigating anyway. It's Yoriko. Hooray. Not the most reliable, but it'll have to do. Thank you both. Now we can start investigating properly. Come on, sis.
What did you say?
Kanade sure is acting strange, isn't she? I thought she was more quiet and the shy type, but she always like this.
Yeah, but...
She was like this last time, Teria. Don't worry about it. Now then, where to start? It's always a bit daunting to get started with these. But I can't just stand here forever. I need to win this and not just find Kokoro's killer, but to find myself. Just who are you, Sora? Sora. Someone just died in front of you. I'm thinking about myself. Will be the boo. Where to start? It's hard to figure that out, just like last time. Sora, how about reading the monochrome file first? I have it right here. Good idea. Gonna pass it to me for a second. Here you go. Let me open my annotation just to make sure that I don't miss anything that the game may send me to miss. I had annotated that there was something in the forest on the first chapter that Kokoro said. But yeah, they may change islands, so that's not important anymore. Let me move. I almost closed the game. Oh, that was dangerous. Let me move the wheel over here. Alright. The victim is Kokoro Mitsune. The estimated time of death is unknown. The victim's corpse was found in Kokoro Mitsune's room. Both hands and feet have been cut off and are missing. There is also instances of 2nd and 3rd degree frostbite all over the body, causing necrosis to the cells. Ugh. Other possible causes of death are the destruction of cellular tissue due to hypothermia or frostbite. There may be additional damage and other signs indicating otherwise, however. I knew right away, between the extremely cold air when we entered the room and the condition of Kokoro's corpse, that she most likely froze to death, so that was expected. But this monochrome file seems strange. Sora, what's the matter? Hey Yoriko, did you read the monochrome file?
Maybe...
Yeah, kind of. Don't you think there's something strange about this monochrome file compared to the last one?
Huh?
Strange? Where? It says the time of death is unknown, unlike when this time of death was clearly stated. Also, the exact cause of death is unknown, since it says possible cause of death. Why is this left so ambiguous? Now that I think about it, that is true. But the monochrome file only provides basic information, so it would be better to rely on our own investigation. I see. Couldn't get a strange feeling out of my mind, but like Kuroko said, might be better to investigate by ourselves. Let's gotta move on, since there's plenty of things to investigate. Okay. Contact to Mikado. What is this? A drone. Let me check the fridge first. A refrigerator. Perhaps there is some kind of clue inside here. Nothing special to note. Wait. This is... I first thought it to be a normal refrigerator, but I soon noticed something odd. The divider is a bit tilted. The divider between the refrigerator compartments seems a bit unnatural, like someone just crammed it in. So this divider was removable. I guess Kokoro could have just misplaced it at some point, but I'll write it down just in case.
Say...
Oh, Sora, you saw that too. Talking about these refrigerator dividers. It does look a bit suspicious, but I doubt it would be an important clue. No, not that. You didn't miss it, did you? The dying message. The dying message. Opened the door and searched the insides again, but I couldn't see anything resembling the dying message that Kanade mentioned. What is the dying message? Oh, poor Sora. You're more dense than you look. See the bottom compartment over there. Are you talking about these icicles?
Certainly.
Yep. This is the dying message that Kokoro left. These icicles are the dying message. I thought these were just frozen icicles that had dropped down.
Use your head.
Sora, come on. Use that brain a bit more. You can deduce 2 facts about these icicles. First, the refrigerator output is set to maximum power. I'm sure you heard from Monocro, but refrigerators in your rooms can be set to instant freezing or defrosting. Modes, depending on its output power. This particular refrigerator is set to instant freezing mode. I see. I guess the one in my room wasn't cold enough to form icicles.
Also...
Second, Kokoro used these icicles to leave a dying message. Sora, take a closer look at these icicles. I can't read! On close inspection, the icicles had small carvings on their bases. One side it says F, and the other O. I thought these were just scratches, but these were deliberately engraved by someone.
Indeed.
Yep. If you look closely, those 2 8 icicles are overlapped. Overlapped? But to be specific, it's more like the longer one had penetrated the smaller one. And the pierced icicle, the smaller one, has not an F and an O, but an F and an I engraved in it. When I put it out, it does look like that. But how did you know that this is a dying message?
It's obvious.
I mean, it's obvious. The icicles were lined up in a natural way. Plus, the refrigerator being on this instant freezing mode was suspicious as well. So what does it mean?
Are you for real?
Does a dying message have any other purpose than to point out the killer? Then did you find out who the culprit is? That I can't tell you right now. I need a bit longer to think about it. But don't worry, I'll be sure to figure out before the trial. This is the dying message. The message that points out who the killer is. Although I'm not sure what it means, but I can't just leave it out to Kanade. We should figure it out together at the trial. Refrigerator divider, dying message. FIFO. No, you're dead. No idea. No idea, no idea. Moving on. I clicked on the wrong window. Okay. This is student handbook plus. Instinctively checked my pockets if found mine was still on me, but if it's not mine then...
Now then...
I think it's probably Kokoro's. Hey Nikki. Daddy handbook plus. Right there is making the situation a whole lot more complicated. What do you mean?
Right.
Think about it. Our rooms can only be opened by the owners of the handbook plus. The handbook plus is inside the room. Yeah, Kokoro was also killed inside the room. So the key to the room was inside of the room itself. Could this be a locked room murder? Yeah, and Kokoro would never open the door if it's not for her meals. So that would mean someone who was here to bring her food used the chance to kill Kokoro.
Well,
That would be impossible. It'd be possible if only one person had visited her. But including Teruya, there were always more than 2 people that had visited her. I see.
That's why.
And yet, despite that, there are no other ways to enter these rooms. So it could only have happened during mealtime. Nikki, maybe if someone had stolen Kokoro's e-handbook plus, couldn't they come in whenever they wanted? Hmm? They could have snatched the handbook plus while giving Kokoro her food. Then after that, they could have entered the room freely as they pleased. That is not possible either. So what if they steal it? You can't even turn the handbook plus on if you don't have the owner's fingerprints. Ah.
That's why.
Even if you happen to leave the handbook plus on, you wouldn't be able to use it again without the fingerprints. Your handbook plus automatically turns off after a certain amount of time. So unless you plan to re-enter right after you left, you won't be able to enter the room. Oh, I thought I solved the mystery. Anyways, if you don't solve the trick behind this locked room murder, this trial is going to get real difficult real fast. You can't enter the room without the e-handbook plus. Then how did the culprit enter Kokoro's room? She stole. They, not she, they, don't assume things. They stole her footsies. Let me check the body. Kokoro's body was laying down on the bed with a lifeless block of ice. Kokoro, who killed you? Is it even possible to figure out the culprit without Kokoro's help? No, we can't let ourselves despair. Even without Kokoro, we need to win the class trial. Kokoro, if you excuse me, I need to feel around your body to examine you. There's gonna be a close-up, won't it? Yep, one single tick of the mind. I'm terribly sorry. I'm gonna be laying here for a hot minute. Kokoro's body was frozen, and she was only wearing her underwear. It was an appalling sight, but the culprit had left some evidence behind.
The cause of death is due to freezing for sure.
But since the monochrome file mentioned that there may be additional causes, I shouldn't just jump to conclusions. In addition to that, both of Kokoro's head and feet were neatly cut off.
This may be the direct cause of death, but nothing's confirmed yet.
Other than that, there were no indefinable injuries. It's hard to notice other abnormalities in the first place due to the whole corpse being frozen. Corpse.
Hey,
Corpus. So are you investigating Kokoro's body? Yes, I thought I might find some potential leads. So, did you find anything? No, not yet. I have a question though. Why is Kokoro only wearing her underwear? Isn't it because the culprit undressed her? What I'm saying is, why would you take off her clothes in the first place?
maybe...
Well, there must have been some reason. Right now her clothes are under the bed. Maybe so that she froze to death quicker. I honestly don't have a clue. Well, I feel sorry for her. I wouldn't want to die like this. I don't know who the culprit is, but I'm going to let the culprit get off easily. But I'm not going to let the culprit get off easily. To leave Kokoro in such a terrible state as this is unforgivable. I wish I could cover her with a blanket, but thinking rationally, Sioba's words make sense. There could be evidence found on Kokoro's body. In fact, investigating it too, Sora. Right.
Huh?
By the way, Sora, did you also investigate the bed? The bed?
Listen.
While Iroha and I were investigating around the bed, we found bloodstains. Of course I saw that. Aren't those from the cut hands and feet? No, not that. I'm talking about the dry bloodstains. Dry?
Look.
It looks like some time has passed for these bloodstains to dry. You cannot tell from its color and texture. So where did these bloodstains come from? It doesn't seem like it's from the severed hands and feet.
Although...
From the looks of it, the blood from the severed limbs came from the frozen blood vessels as they started to thaw. With this, we can assume that the hands and feet were cut off after Kokoro had completely frozen over. Then these bloodstains must be from before Kokoro was frozen, right?
But...
Yeah, I thought so too. But then again, probably too soon to say anything for certain.
Wow!
Yorko, I'm a lot smarter than you seem.
Enough already.
Why do you keep acting like I'm using my brain as some kind of big feat for me? I'm trying my best to figure out what happened too, you know. I'll make sure to make note of that. Thanks, Yorko.
I don't...
Oh, it's nothing really. Can I check the clothes under the bed? Or is that asking too much? Oh, this is the same file. Okay. Sora, how's your progress? I'm still in shock, really. Me too, but we should keep investigating. Oh, that's right. Wanted to ask you something, Yuki. Ask me? About what? You said this morning that Kokoro didn't open her door when you brought her meal last night, correct? Can you give me a full recap of what happened?
Sure.
Sure. That would help. It's just like what I said in the morning. After dinner last night, I suggested that to Emma. Since she always left right after finishing a meal, I hadn't had a chance to talk with her in a while. So I suggested going to visit Kokoro together. My, what a brave moving apart. Are you sure there were any personal feelings involved? Personal feelings? Emma was in the best state because of Kokoro's condition. And she was looking for someone to visit with her anyways. I'm joking, Yuki. Please continue.
Alright.
Right. Anyways, so that's how Emma, Terry, and I became a group for Kokoro's super delivery last night. But when we arrived, there was no answer. We even told her we brought Terry here, but again, nothing. After a few more tries, I just assumed she must have been sleeping. So we left her supper in front of her door and left. We logical to assume that she was already dead at this point.
Well...
I thought that. Remember what Yoriko said earlier? The super we left on the doorstep had been taken away that night. Yoriko? What? Did someone call me? Hi Yoriko, perfect timing. Is it true that the dinner at Kokoro's doorstep was gone when you passed by last night? Huh? Well, yeah, that's what I saw. I told you that this morning. Come to think of it, it was Yoriko who brought this morning's meal, right? If it is okay, could I ask you what you did this morning?
Although...
I mean, I just delivered the food and did my usual stuff. I went with Teria to deliver the breakfast. And when we called for her, there was no answer. Just like Yuki, I left the food by her door and went straight to the village. The village? What for?
Listen.
I always practice cooking in the morning at the village. Hopefully one day we won't have to rely on Mikado's cooking. But the breakfast that Yoriko left is still there on the doorstep and hasn't been touched. So that means it's almost certain Kokoro died this morning. What? With the look in your faces, are you guys suspecting me? Not one bit. It's useless to suspect anyone when the trial hasn't even started yet. Yuki, we need more clues for now.
Sorry.
You're right. Let's not jump to conclusions. The only time anyone will enter these ruins during the 3 scheduled visits. Excluding just when we found Kokoro's corpse. The possible times are this morning and yesterday's evening. Yoriko and Yuki's account on those 2 visits might come in handy. I should write this down. What was her visiting time again? It was 7, 12. Is it? I thought it was... Is it Super Bowl Day? I thought it was Valentine's Day, but I guess it is Super Bowl Day. Thanks for telling me. I'll make sure of that. I'll make use of that information, but thank you for telling me. And 22. 22? No. 21. Now what else? Okay, I'll do the drum. This is a drum container. What is it doing in Kokoro's room? For the inspection, there was a label on the drum. Liquid nitrogen, handle with caution. Liquid nitrogen. This thing can freeze an object in an instant. After carefully opening the lid and looking inside, I found that it was empty. If it's empty, that means somebody used it. It seems like an important clue.
What is it?
Rara, what are you doing? Setsuka, take a look at this. It's liquid nitrogen. The culprit must have used this to freeze Kokoro.
Huh?
Using liquid nitrogen to freeze Koko. Are you sure? Isn't it a possibility?
But
If the culprit used liquid nitrogen, there must be some trace of it left somewhere. What do you mean?
Aside from that,
If they put Coco on the bed and poured liquid nitrogen on her, the sheets and the bed should have been frozen as well. But other than the room temperature, there aren't any frozen traces anywhere, let alone the bed. They didn't pour it on her. Maybe they would have dumped Kokoro in the container to pull her out.
besides,
If that's the case, they wouldn't have been able to pull her out. The hands would have frozen the instant they put in the container. And if they poured it on the floor would have been frozen. Not to mention the container is empty, right? If they dipped her in, some trace of leftover liquid would have definitely been left inside. Reading too fast. So that means the culprit didn't use liquid nitrogen. But then why is this?
thing is,
Well, I guess we need to investigate more. Maybe find out the answer later. After hearing Setsuka's words, I'm sure there's more to this drum than meets the eye. Decide to make a note of it for now. Empty drum, more than meets the eye.
Huh?
Oh, Miss Sora, how's the investigation going? Get in my way, get out.
I beg of you, please wait.
There are no depths to your cruelty, Miss Sora. And I was just about to show you a clue I found. A clue?
Oh.
Yes, take a look at this. What is this? Dry ice?
So how's that?
An open bag of dry ice, no less. I found it on the floor just over there. Dry ice. So this is how they froze Yoroko.
Good grief.
Who knows? It wouldn't be too difficult to freeze someone with just this. You could partially freeze some parts, but there are only so many pieces. Definitely not enough to completely freeze Kokoro's whole body. But the fact this open bag exists means that they must have used it one way or another. Perhaps the low temperature of this room can provide a clue. It would definitely be hard to freeze a whole body with just this. Still, the fact that this exists means that they must have used it one other way.
But
That's what I just said. Considering the cold air and white mist that was here, there is a possibility that they used it to lower the room's temperature. This feels like an important clue. I should write it down.
please stop that.
Miss Sora? I'm not skipping tech. What is going on? This always happens. There's some reason the text just goes forward. Makes me think I am pressing something. Is there anything else? Yuki, the drum, maybe outside? I think I searched every part of the room. Where should I go next?
Huh?
Sora? Why are you just standing there? I was just wondering what I should investigate next. What about you? When are you supposed to guard the crime scene? I was going to take a quick bathroom break. The trial's about to start soon. Would you want to have an accident during the trial? So I let the crime scene to Hibiki. I see.
Hey,
Perfect timing. You're here.
Um,
Sora, I think he's calling you.
what a dumbass.
You, artist. Yeah, you, Bubblehead. Me? Bubblehead? Why me? I think this is the first time we talk to each other.
So let me get this straight.
I don't care which of you is it. It is. I'm gonna take a nap in my room for a sec. So one of you wake me up when the trial starts. What kind of... I don't care why you're asking me. Now, why you even sleeping during the investigation?
How about this?
If you don't do it, then I'll make sure you don't wake up at all. Alright, I'll do it. Siobai, aren't you out of your mind? Did you even consider investigating for even a second? Investigating? Why bother? I already know who done it. So, you know who the culprit is? That is such a shock that I... Bathroom. Bye-bye. What do you mean by already know who done it?
That's right.
The culprit slipped up with something they said. He was the only one to hear it though. Wait a sec, why even telling you this? Just go tell that little bubblehead to wake me up later on. She does and you're next. What's up with him? He's so confident about what he said, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Even if he knows who's the Blackens, that attitude certainly isn't very pleasant. If we try to rely on him, who knows what will happen. I guess I just ignore his words and try to solve this on our own terms. Sora, did he say anything while he was... Wait, where is Siobai? Don't have a lot of details. He just left after telling me to tell you to wake him up from his nap. Unbelievable. I got scared, so I accepted his request without a thought, but I'm not going to do it. Never. What's with that attitude? Ignoring orders as you please. Maybe it'd be better to leave him here, so he'll be executed for not joining the trial. Sorry, is that going to be too far? I was joking. Please don't take that seriously. Anyways, I'm going off to investigate as well now. Okay, I guess I'll return to my post now. See you later. The killer slipped. Oh! Oh yeah, yo. Why you're out here? Well, sort of. Good work as usual. What am I, Yakuza or something? What's with that greeting? Furthermore, Shinji, what are you doing out here? This is the door to the balcony.
The thing is...
Well, when I was jogging this morning, I thought I saw something strange. It looked like a white long cloth leading towards the balcony, so I thought maybe I'd find something here. A white long cloth?
Yeah?
But I didn't find anything. The balcony. Shinji, would it be possible to leave the mono cruise through this balcony?
But wait!
What? Why? Just in case. The windows are all closed on the ship, so this is the only no way out of the main entrance. But it's quite tall. It might look weird, but the mono cruise itself was the proper structure for a regular cruise ship. Even if you try landing in the sea, the water level around this part of the ship is pretty shallow. So I'll probably just injure yourself no matter what. Then couldn't you use some kind of rope to pull yourself down?
Then...
Huh? Well, I guess it would have been possible. Anyways, thanks. I'll write this down. Mono cruise balcony. Shinji's account. I'll believe in then.
Hold on.
Sora, where are you off to? I already figured out what I want to investigate next. Thanks to you. Thanks to me? Good luck with the rest of the investigation, Shinji. See the beach? See the museum? It is the museum. Mythical Wonders Museum. Shinji said that the Yuki-Onna statue had been broken a few days ago. I don't know if it's because of that, but I feel like something might be here. Guess I was wrong. Excluding the broken eye statue, there weren't any clues to note. Maybe Kanade was right. Maybe I'm not cut off for investigations. The dressing room, perhaps? Since I'm already here, maybe I'll check it out. Oh, don't scare me like that. There you are.
Jeez.
Oh, it's you, Sora. You're scaring me standing in front of the door like that. Were you just inside the dressing room?
In other words...
Yeah. I thought I'd check the item list. Item list? What is that?
Seriously?
Ah, so you don't know. It's a checklist of the various items in the room. It's right here on the wall. Oh, so that's... So what did you want to check about the list?
You see...
Just check to see if there's anything missing. Looks like everything is here and accounted for though. The item list also exists in other places like the marts in the workout room. Guess it's hard to notice if you're not actively looking for it. Anyways, I was checking them one by one. This one the last one, but the stock matches the wear, so that's a relief. You been checking all of them one by one?
It's my duty.
Yeah, I always do. My god, there you are. You're some kind of freak.
What are you saying?
How could you possibly say that to me? Actually, as soon as I heard the word killing game, I felt the need to check these every day. I had a hunch that something bad might happen if I don't. I don't know why. Wonder if there's any point in that, but it'll work anyways. So there's no problem?
By the way...
Well, I did find one weird thing. Something out of the ordinary.
This is...
One of the weeks had some shards on or something on it. I don't know where it got those. Maybe I'm being overly meticulous. I don't know.
No good.
It might have no relevance to the case at all. I mean, Kokoro was killed in her room. So why would there be any clues way out of here? I'm just doing my routine checkup. Wait, come to think of it, why are you here, Sora? That's...
Well, I think that was enough time. I will now end the investigation.
And the investigation. Why are you dancing?
I trust you've all been working hard, so you should have plenty of clues to solve this case. Everyone, gather at the entrance to the class trial room on the first floor of the monocruise. If you're late, you'll have a hefty punishment waiting for you.
Gosh, Daria, I don't think we have any time left to be chatting like this. Yeah, you're right. Let's head to the class trial room right now. Can I put down my book? The wig with the glass shards on it. Or the weird thingamabobs. Ah, Sora, you here? Sorry I'm late. Am I the last to arrive?
Well,
Nope, Yoroha and Shobai aren't here either. What are they doing? They should be well aware of the penalty for being late.
Aside from that,
That being said, to come back to this place again. Tell me about it. Wouldn't it be if there weren't any murders, so I think that we have another victim.
Shit.
Kokoro.
No,
If Koro isn't here, where...
don't worry.
Don't worry sis, I'll take care of everything.
Hey,
Daria, you got plenty of experience with this class trial stuff, right? I have high expectations for you, okay?
seriously?
This has nothing to do with experience. I don't have any memory of them, remember? And it might sound a bit responsible, but I'm not the brightest person around. If Ray was here instead, she would certainly have been more helpful. That is, if Ray was here, there is a high chance she would have figured everything out already. And she
It's
would
my
be
duty.
just complaining that we don't have an idea what is going on. But I do my best. I've changed since then. I have a hat.
Ah, how boring.
Guess who doesn't have high expectations for you? Me.
So,
Moreover, what is up with Yoroha and Shobai? Why are they taking so long? Gotta say, what an unlikely duo. Yoroha's probably off to wake up Shobai.
what?
Wake up? What do you mean? Well, Shobai said he was going to take a nap until the class trial starts, saying that he was nothing more to investigate. Nothing more to investigate? Unbelievable. Or should I say this? He looked pretty relaxed. He says he already figured out who did it.
What the hell?
The culprit? But I don't have a single clue on what happened.
why?
Is he thinking that all of this Kokoro stuff is just fun and games? I can forgive that kind of attitude.
Well,
There's also the chance he's actually the culprit and he's bluffing.
that's...
Whatever the cause may be, he was still napping while everyone was investigating for their lives.
Good grief.
It is nothing new. This is the same person that slept through the last trial last time, after all.
Jeez.
He's definitely crazy.
I,
I'm sorry for being late. Hmm. I pulled a lot off from somewhere deep. Good thing I had one on me. Show by your arrogant slimeball. Stop napping when your lives are on the line. This class trials are not a joke, got it?
Are you serious?
Hey, the last one's here, right? Let's get moving.
Better watch it.
Move my ass. Never do anything.
hey.
Why are you late, Hiroha? Sorry, Shobai, he isn't the type to easily wake up.
did this get any more boring?
This case is easy anyways. You can take it out by yourselves. I need to go over the deals in the managing when I leave this place. Listen to me. Calm down, Shinji.
Hey now.
Sora's... Ah, so cats fighting. Sora's right. This isn't the first time Shobai's like that. Just ignore him like we do with Mikado.
Huh?
Wait, does that... But it just can't stand that kind of attitude.
Hey,
Shinji, class tries to got a cool head and a clear mind. Maybe... I just noticed that every time is Mikado's lines, the game just auto skips it. Maybe it is intentional. But I really want to read those. You should never act emotionally and irritationally in them.
okay.
Right. If everyone says so, I'll calm down. There I finally feel like a true mentor.
What are you saying?
Is that a compliment?
Despite some students choosing to be tardy, it's time to finally get things started. Is everyone ready? Everyone, please enter the elevator in front of you to join the class trial. I'll be waiting for you there.
Ugh.
So it's starting again. I'm scared.
Listen,
Don't worry. We all got to face this together. And we did what we could. We need to end this by discussing what we found.
Yes.
Yep, when the trial ends, at least one of us won't be here back up again. Yeah, you guys are right. I said I'm gonna trust you guys again. It's because I trust you that I suspect you, to find the culprits and survive with everyone. I said you should just leave it to me.
Everyone.
Guys, I have a favor to ask of you. It might sound out of place, but I really like Kokoro. At first, I just wanted to talk to her, but she listened to me and my heart. I want to find... no, I will find the heartless monster who killed her.
Please.
Please lend me your strength, so that I can see to it she rests in peace.
Fine.
No need to be so formal, but I'll feel the same.
All right.
Yep. If you think positively, we can go through anything.
How awkward.
Well, in all seriousness, if we don't do this, we're not being that in meat anyways. Don't you dare interrupt this touching moment, Mikado. Emma, if Kokoro didn't die, she would definitely have joined us in the end. Because we're there for her. It's a bit too late for that now, though.
Now then.
Thank you, everyone.
We can't give up.
Now then, let's put an end to this. As Emma said, we're out for the same. Well, most of us, at least. Well, we were able to solve through the last trial when it seemed impossible. We can do it again. That's what we're going to believe. Dressing room item list. Dressing room wig. Alright. I promised a class trial. It has been almost 2 hours and 20 minutes of streaming. I'm starting to get a little bit winded. But I promise a class trial. And a class trial I shall give. I am ready. It was nothing. Just like last time, the elevator made an unnerving sound, and slowly but surely made its way to the underground. Everyone stayed deadly quiet, as if it silently agreed to. It was like there was no unspoken rule that the elevator was a place to silently read your hearts. Ready, your hearts. The elevator descended relentlessly as we poured his thoughts, until it finally stopped, and then the doors opened.
Hello there.
You've arrived. I've been waiting.
Hey,
Hey, why does this place look different to last time? You'd be born if it was the same as always, huh? So for your amusement, I changed up the design.
What the hell?
Amusement? Just how many what is there of this amusement?
Very well.
Well then, please take a place where the name is written.
I wish you luck.
You've done this once, so I'll know how it goes, right? Now then, let's begin. A death game with your lives on the line. The second class trial. To say that we're calmer after doing this once before would definitely be a lie. As Monocross said, it is our lives on the line. I'm afraid and nervous. Heck, we all are. But... bad buddy! Kokoro must have been much more afraid. It must have been scary and painful. Though it hurt to lose Yuri, Kokoro is much closer to us, personally. Everyone, not just Emma, is in rage. And if we don't find the culprits, we'll all die. We have to find who did it. To avenge Kokoro's death. To survive! Time won't wait for us, and it's finally starting. A trial of life and death. A trial of truth and lies. A trial of trust and betrayal. A trial of fact and fiction. A trial of pleas and excuses. A trial of friends and foes. A trial like no other. The class trial. Yeah. Class trial. Here you go, but would like to save your progress. Let's see, skills. I have 46 skill points. Jesus. When did I get this? Spoiler alert. Highlights the keywords of the opponent's arguments during crown debates. And that's it. That was worth 20, jeez. Now let's begin. I'd like to begin the class trial, yes. And I'm gonna be quite happy because I don't have to deal with voice acting. My own. This game is gonna do it by itself. Alright, let's go.
Firstly, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this class trial. The results of the class trial will be decided solely by your votes. If you manage to correctly identify the blackened, only they will receive punishment. But should you vote incorrectly, everyone except for the blackened will be punished, and they will be able to escape this field trip of mutual killing.
Hope we never end up here again. But we're here now. There's no turning back. We got no choice but to solve this case. Together we get through this mess.
Now then, you may begin at your discretion.
So we're looking for the person who killed Kokoro.
Where are we even supposed to start? I'm already totally lost.
If you would all be so kind as to lend me your ears, there is something I must tell you before we begin.
I don't have a clue what happened, honestly.
Please don't ignore me.
You've got some nerve talking to us, Mikado.
Is it just me? Or is my existence beginning to receive less and less acknowledgement? I've said this before, yet it seems I have no choice but to repeat myself. Although you may ignore me in everyday life, it would be unwise to ignore me during trials. I for one did my fair share of investigation, and it would do me no greater joy than to assist you all in the solving of this case.
Leave us alone, will you?
No, he has a point. We probably should listen to Mikado.
Everyone says it different. I'm not the only one. Like Shinji says it Mikado, Sora says it Mikado.
Are you sure that's okay?
It's not like Mikado can afford to let us lose the class trial, considering all our lives, his included, are on the line. Every testimony is important, even if it's coming from a loser like him or a liar like Shobai.
And like people say Shobai, people say Shobai, like it's like Cthulhu. Like everyone here is Cthulhu. It doesn't matter how you say it, it's always Cthulhu. Cthulhu killed Kokoro.
You're something else, Miss Sora.
But more importantly, he could be the blackened. And even if he's nothing but an ugly, worthless piece of scum who's no better than a rotting piece of inedible garbage, there's the smallest chance he might have found an important piece of evidence.
Oh dear, my poor broken heart.
If Sora says so, then I guess it's fine.
Seeing that it's come to this, I present to you all my ultimate piece of evidence which will undoubtedly restore your valued trust in me.
Ultimate piece of evidence? What, did you already solve it?
Well, no, not yet. But
Shut up already! We can't afford to get off track!
Yeah, like Rara said, I guess we shouldn't completely ignore him. But I doubt he'll be of any use, so let's just keep going for now, okay? Starting from the top, I think we should go over everything we know so far. That's what Coco would have done.
Yeah. Without Koro, we have nobody to rely on but ourselves. Don't worry, sis. I'm here for you.
Cheer up, you guys. We can do this. For Kokoro.
Alrighty then. So, what we know about the case so far? Let's see.
I mean, it's easier said than done. I'm not even sure how we're supposed to start.
Why don't we talk about what everyone was doing before we discovered the body?
Just like last time. Looks like we're starting to by going over what we know so far. I still don't have a clue who the killer is, but with a little cooperation we should be able to figure that out. Non-stop debate on Another is about to begin. No, I'm just starting.
So, we found the dead body right around lunchtime. Sora, Teruya, and I went to Kokoro's room to bring her lunch like always.
but Kokoro didn't answer. So naturally, we started to get worried.
And that's when I heard you guys and came over, right? Once you guys told me what was going on, I went and got Monocro to open the door for us.
And when we went in, Kokoro was...
That would mean that Kokoro died around lunchtime. We should go over our alibis for around noon then.
The Monocro file had information about Kokoro's body. I should probably go over that again.
So, we found the dead body, Sora, Teria...
But Kokoro didn't, so naturally.
And that's when I heard you. Once you guys told me what.
And when we went in, Kokoro was...
That would mean that Kokoro died around lunchtime.
No, that's wrong!
Break. Yeah. Save the game.
No, Shinju. We can't be sure of that.
Why not?
Just because we found the body during lunchtime doesn't mean Kokoro died around that time. Even the Monocro file says so. The time of death is unknown.
Speaking of which, the Monocro file this time around isn't very helpful, is it?
Probably because she was frozen. Even professionals have a hard time determining the time of death when it comes to frozen bodies. But if the time of death is unknown, then doesn't that mean that there's still a chance she really did die around lunchtime?
I suppose we can't rule out the possibility, but it's probably pretty low.
Then I guess we should be talking about when Kokoro really died.
Wait, do we really need to?
It will help.
I thought it was obvious who the killer was.
What?
Wait, what? Nikkei, you already figured it out?
Nikkei.
Who is it? Who's the Bracken?
Yoriko Kabuya. Need I say more?
What?
Huh?
Yoriko's the culprit.
Wait, not this again. Why am I always the one getting pinned for this stuff?
But aren't you the one who brought Kokoro breakfast? If she was dead by lunchtime, then it sounds to me like that's the only opening for someone to get a stab at her.
What?
He certainly has a point. If she was alive during the breakfast visit, but dead by the time Miss Sora's assemblage stopped by, then obviously whichever group was the last to check in to deliver breakfast is the most suspicious. And what do you know? That would be none other than Miss Kabuya.
Wait, but I was with Teruya the entire time. How do you possibly expect me to kill her with someone else there?
She's right. The whole point of me joining every visit was to make sure nobody'd try and take advantage of Kokoro's vulnerability.
So that'd mean you're in the same boat.
What?
You're implying he served as her accomplice?
But there isn't even any benefit to working as an accomplice. And we know Teruya isn't a void, so he's got no reason to kill anyone in the first place.
Can we really be so sure about that? Yeah, the chances of him being a void are low. But it's not like they're zero. Remember,
What the hell is
Mikado,
that?
of all people, was the one who brought him here.
One sec, I need to check on something. Sorry about that. Just my dog's running around.
To be honest, I always thought the whole, yeah, let's just put all our trust in a total stranger thing was ridiculous.
That's insane! I was kidnapped!
You're one to talk, Nikkei. Constantly accusing others doesn't automatically make you innocent.
Fine, then let's turn this around. If it wasn't those two working together, then when is the murder possibly supposed to have taken place? Sure, there isn't any incentive for accomplices, but Monochrome didn't outright deny the possibility.
You... Guys, say something.
Yuko, I know how you feel, but he does have a point.
What?
We need to discuss this more, but...
Considering the honor of people that have visited Kokoro, it makes sense for people to be suspicious of Teruya and Yorko. But we need to talk about it more before deciding anything. Non-stop debate on is about to begin. What? Did he? Wait, just have that. Okay, fine. Non-stop debate, you have to point out that yellow phrase is a weak point. You can move out every other points. It is. What? What the hell? Are you making me think there's some new information because you made I skipped the first one? Are you kidding me? How presumptuous of you.
Why are you guys suspecting me again?
Considering the order, that breakfast visit was the only possible window for murder.
I was with her, and she didn't do anything suspicious.
Like Nick said, there is a possibility of you two being accomplices.
Miss Mitsume ate her meals up until last night.
Oh, hold on. I pressed something weird.
The body was found this lunch. So if something happened to Miss Mitsume, it would have been during this morning.
Ah, there we go. Yorko was responsible for bringing Kokoro's breakfast today. She heard no response from Kokoro, so she left the plates outside the door and headed to the islands. The plates were at the same spot, but they found Kokoro's body. From this, it seems like something has happened to Kokoro this morning.
These two also don't have alibis in the first place. As it stands, there are two prime suspects.
Teruya and Yorko really the culprits. I need to present evidence to show their innocence.
Why are you guys suspecting me again?
Considering the order, that breakfast visit was the only possible window for murder.
I was with her, and she didn't do anything suspicious.
Like Nick said, there is a possibility.
Miss Mitsume ate her meals up until last night. The body was found this lunch. So if something happened to Miss Mitsume, it would have been during...
These two also don't have alibis in the first place.
No, that's wrong!
Save the game.
Sorry, Nikkei, but I won't let you badger Yoriko again like this.
Sora!
Yoriko has an alibi. After the trip with Teruya, she went straight to the village to practice cooking.
Yeah, when there was no answer, we left the meal on her doorstep. As soon as that was done, she told me she was gonna continue practicing her cooking at the village.
You got any evidence to back that up?
Well, I did meet a few on the way there. Oh, I saw her! You were cooking some stew, right?
There are plenty of witnesses, Nikkei. If what Yoriko says is true, then there would have been no time for murder.
Alright, then we can excuse Yoriko. But what about Teruya? He entered Kokoro's room every visit. There could have been plenty of chances for him to kill her.
Kokoro said she'd only open the door when two or more people came to visit her. Thus, under normal circumstances, if anyone entered Kokoro's room to kill her, then we're dealing with more than one culprit.
Now that Yoriko's alibi has been confirmed, it would have been impossible for Teruya to kill Kokoro on his own. Thus, the theory of Yoriko and Teruya being accomplices is disproven.
Your argument is full of gaps.
Full of gaps. Your argument is full of
That
gas.
alone isn't going to suffice as a valid alibi. The evidence in Kokoro's room supports that. Sorry, but as a journalist, it's my job's instinct to pursue every last detail of what I find suspicious. Allow me to present you with this evidence. Let's see if you can retaliate against the ultimate journalist's latest scoop.
Scoop. The Rebuttal Showdown Another is about to begin. Nah, let's just start. I don't remember the commands. Fuck! Forgot the controls. Maybe I should have.
So, after delivering breakfast, Yoriko went to the village. That much I could
Wow.
understand. But she could have easily killed her then and there before fleeing soon after. She
Kinda
visited
stiff.
Kokoro with Haria with the intent to kill her. Then she split so that she'd have a witness for her alibi.
Aw.
You saw the state of the body, didn't you? It was frozen solid. Could Yoriko have done such a feat in such a short span of time? It'd be impossible for Yoriko to do that and immediately leave for the village.
Nope. There's a way that she could have frozen Kokoro instantly. Her room says it all. She used liquid nitrogen. If she killed Kokoro, then poured liquid nitrogen over her, her body would freeze instantly. And there you have it. Our crime scene.
Oh, goddamn, it's so fast. Yoriko really did Kokoro. She'd have needed to be incredibly swift with the task. Nick is still responsible, but he overlooked something vital. Let's show it to him.
So, after delivering breakfast, Yoriko went to the village. That much I could understand, but she could have easily killed her then and there before fleeing soon after. She visited Kokoro with Haria with the intent to kill her.
Yep.
Then she split so that she'd have a witness for her alibi.
Stop being so stiff, goddammit.
You saw the state of the body, didn't you? It was frozen solid. Could Yoriko have done such a feat in such a short span of time? It'd be impossible for Yoriko to do that and immediately leave for the village.
Nope. There's a way that she could have frozen Kokoro instantly. Her room says it all. She used liquid nitrogen. If she killed Kokoro and poured liquid nitrogen over her, her body would freeze instantly. And there you have it. Our crime scene.
When engraved controls when it's so awkward.
Delivering breakfast, Yoriko went to the village. That much I could understand, but she could have easily killed her then and there before fleeing soon after. She visited Kokoro with Haria with the intent to kill her. Then she split so that she'd have a witness for her alibi.
You saw the state of the body, didn't you? It was frozen solid. Could Yoriko have done such a feat in such a short span of time? It'd be impossible for Yoriko to do that and immediately leave for the village.
Nope. There's a way that she could have frozen Kokoro instantly. Her room says it all. She used liquid nitrogen.
Oh god.
Here's through those words.
I got it. Incorrect refutation penalty my butt.
No, that doesn't add up. There's no way Yoriko used liquid nitrogen to freeze Kokoro.
What are you talking about? We all saw an empty container of it in her room, plain as day.
If she really used that to freeze Kokoro, then there should have been traces left behind in the room. But other than her corpse, we didn't find a single trace of anything else being frozen. Right, Setsuka?
Yup. No traces mean that the liquid nitrogen was probably never used.
Maybe she could have frozen Koro in some other room before bringing her back in?
That had taken a significant amount of time. Nikkei's proposition was that the crime could have been done within a short amount of time. If Yoriko, our supposed murderer, had taken time moving the body like that, then it would be impossible to arrive at the village as early as she did.
So Yuruko and Teruya are innocent? That's what I've been saying since the start.
I know that from an opportunity standpoint, we're suspicious. But don't you think you're being a bit cruel, Nikkei?
Hey, what's with that attitude, Nikkei? You owe these two an apology!
Now, fighting won't get us anywhere. Since Bravo's cleared up our suspicion on Terry and Yuko, let's get back to the case.
If not for freezing, then what was the liquid nitrogen for? After all, since we found the container in her room, we can easily assume it must have been used for something, correct?
No, that's probably a red herring.
A red herring? But the label on the drum clearly said liquid nitrogen on it.
Right. The label, but nothing else. I'm saying that they probably just stuck that label onto an empty container. Look at it closer.
For a moment I thought it would explain what a head herring is.
It's slanted,
But sure.
slightly, as if hastily slapped on. I'm willing to bet there was never any liquid nitrogen inside that container at all.
Wait, then how did Kokoro get frozen?
It must be the Yukiona's curse after all! There's no other way that a person would suddenly freeze!
A person could suddenly combust. A person could suddenly freeze. I vote on that. Of course not because of the curse, but still to freeze someone so truly. There must have been a tool inside a room to help freeze things, and that tool must be... Hangman's flashback. No, just die. I'm good. Hey... Hey... Okay. Oh, Aww. That's just cruel. Stop slapping me. Aww. That wasn't what I meant. Discussion is going anywhere. Let's focus and try again. Stop slapping me. E, F... F, okay. Dang it. Oh, that's not what I... Oh, that's an F. No, just give me a big word.
Crab.
Crab. You know what? I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do from the very beginning. I'm gonna cheat. YTGAF. Okay. Yep, I know what the letters are. Don't worry. What? Oh. It's the E. Right. There we go. 100% honest work. Did not cheat or anything. I just played the game like normal, like a good boy. 50 points exactly. So what a good boy deserves. Exactly the middle. Oh.
It's probably the refrigerator.
The refrigerator? The culprit froze Kokoro with the refrigerator?
Well, excluding the liquid nitrogen, it's the only thing left capable of freezing someone. But
is there any proof that the refrigerator was used?
Proof that the refrigerator was used to freeze Kokoro. I wonder if that's where this comes into play. The divider?
Got it. I noticed the refrigerator divider in Kokoro's room was a bit loose. Perhaps it's because the culprit had taken the divider out to fit Kokoro in, then placed it back when she'd been frozen.
Miss Mitsume is quite small, so if they squeezed her right in, I'm sure that she'd fit rather nicely.
Squeeze in? Watch your words.
Freeze.
There's also the fact that her refrigerator was set to instant freeze mode. For those of you who've used that setting, I'm sure you can agree it's definitely powerful enough to freeze a human being.
Wait, even if the output was set to instant freeze, there's a big difference between freezing some leftovers and freezing a whole human being. We're not talking about mild frostbite here. The monochrome file says that she was frozen to the point where all her cells suffered from necrosis. If she was frozen that badly, that means the culprit must have left her in for at least a whole day.
Huh? Wait, that means Coco would have been in there since yesterday's lunchtime.
Yuki, when you were there with me and Tsuruya delivering Kokoro her meal, there was no answer, right?
Yeah, but Yoriko said that the dinner was gone that night.
That doesn't make sense. Maybe Ruko is lying? Why would I lie about something like that?
If your refrigerator theory is correct, that means Kokoro should have been inside the refrigerator last supper.
I swear, if Yoriko really is the culprit...
Wait, hold your horses. Yoriko never visited Kokoro yesterday, so she wouldn't have had the chance to enter her room.
Then who delivered breakfast yesterday?
Me, Roha, and Teria.
And you met up with Kokoro?
Yup. We had a really nice chat with her. Kokoro even wrote on her iPad. Those were the days.
That means she was alive up until that point, at least.
Who was there for lunch?
Me, Kanade, Gigi, and Ruru.
And did you guys meet Kokoro?
Of course. She complained about 4 people being too many.
Wait, this is getting a bit too complicated. Can somebody summarize it?
Roha, can you give me a piece of paper from your sketchbook?
Okay.
Day before yesterday. For breakfast? 4 people for breakfast. Found out about Kokoro's. Ah, okay. Started routine visits. Then lunch. Then dinner. Day 2 yesterday. Breakfast. Last group to see Kokoro was this 4. Unable to meet with Kokoro starting here. Dinner plate was taken. Okay.
If we summarize what we've discussed so far, this is our result.
Setsuka, your drawing's adorable. Oh, and you drew such a good summary too.
I hereby dub you the Taking Notes Master. Or would it be Mistress? Miss Chiabukuro, which do you prefer?
I'd prefer it if you stopped focusing on the drawings and instead focused on the timeline of events.
Looking at this, we can confirm Kokoro hasn't answered her door since yesterday evening. That means something definitely happened between those 2 visits.
Does that mean the visitors right before then? Shinji, Tsuruya, and the twins are all one big culprit? What? Why are we the culprits? And how would that even work?
I doubt that 4 people were accomplices. Especially when the chances of there being even one accomplice are close to 0.
But according to Yuki, that gap between lunch and dinner was the only period of time she could have been killed in.
Wait, that's impossible. Haven't we already discussed that the only time we could have entered her room was to deliver meals? That was a rule she personally set.
And I definitely saw her dinner had disappeared. So she couldn't have been dead by then, right?
But if Coco were still alive last night, there wouldn't have been enough time to freeze her.
I have no idea what we're talking about anymore.
According to this theory, none of us could have killed Kokoro. To even get close to her, they obviously needed to first enter her room, and if it wasn't during our visits... Admittedly, I think the refrigerator is the root of this problem. Determining how one would have access to it is what's brought us to a dead end.
No, it must be the refrigerator. Considering the liquid nitrogen was just a red herring, it becomes the only tool capable of freezing Kokoro. There is no alternative.
But if we could have only entered her room during lunchtime, then...
Damn, this really is a locked room mystery.
This is hard. Can I use a hint coin?
Excuse me?
I still don't know what we just discussed.
What? We tried to discuss how could someone get inside Kokoro's room without her consent and without Teria being close by. The way for that to happen is if she gave access without her knowing. Yeah, the only way for that to happen was if whoever gave lunch to her staying in the room. But that is what?
I got it! It's the Yukiona!
Oh, shut up.
Monochrome, we need to stop the trial right now before it's too late! This isn't a murder, it's a curse!
And the class trial, you say? I don't mind at all, but I assume that means you've given up on finding the culprit?
Well, that's not... I mean, does a culprit exist in the first place? Seems like it's impossible for everyone, so...
Is there anything that could point us towards the culprit? We just need a small push in the right direction.
Guess I gotta help you out.
He's quiet as ice.
The culprit exists. This is a case where if you think about the method first, it's more difficult. So, let's put the method aside for now and focus on the culprit's identity first. The evidence pointing towards the culprit. You already know, Sora. I know you have what it takes to solve this. And don't worry, I'll help you out.
Minigame logic refresh is about to begin. Would like to hear an explanation? Yeah, sure. Logic refresh is someone who supports your argument to give you hints to help you out. There are 5 lines similar to Rebuild or Showdown, and you can use the up and down arrow keys to switch lines. Supporter will say their arguments point by point, and you task to avoid contact with their wide statements. Suffer damage when the midpoints in a comment in a line passes through the vertical line in an eye. On the other hand, blue through bullets appears in the middle of comment should be detected. Okay, avoid the whites, collect the blue. Then you're gonna say something that must shoot the correct blue bullets on their thingy.
The murder method is still a mystery. But there was a clue pointing towards the culprit at the crime scene.
Oh.
Kokoro's final moments. The final clue that Kokoro left with her dying breaths. That clue clearly points out the real culprit. You remember now, right, Sora?
That message?
I agree with that. That's it. The dying message. The dying message that Kokoro had left. If we decipher that, we can figure out who the culprit is.
Bingo! Well done, Sora.
The dying what now?
The dying message. You usually see victims leave them behind right before they die, hinting towards their killer's identity. But Rara, you're saying Coco left one herself?
Yes, the icicles inside the refrigerator. They look like normal icicles, but if you look closely, there are letters written on each one. It looks like someone carved them with their nails, presumably Kokoro's.
What? F-O?
Look, 2 of them are stuck together. It looks like the bigger one is penetrating the smaller one.
So the icicles killed Kokoro? I don't...
Aren't dying messages supposed to be something obvious? This feels more like some secret code or something.
It's actually rather simple. I've already figured out the culprit by using this.
What? Kanade, you know who the culprit is?
Who is it?
Instead of outright telling you, let me explain through this dying message.
But we don't know what it means.
Miss Kanade, we are inclined to hear your explanation.
Of course. Once you learn the identity of the killer, the method should come naturally. Now, while these initially look like a random series of icicles, The important thing to note is that there are exactly 8 of them. Furthermore, the letters F and O have been carved into each end of them. 6 of them stand separately, but like Nikkei pointed out, one has penetrated another, conjoining the two. And that specific icicle is different from the others. Instead of O, it has the letter I carved into it. Okay. So, F stands for female. There are 8 icicles and 8 of us. O stands for others.
Ah, so I literally stands for I, as in myself?
Yup. I guess you aren't as stupid as you look, Yuki. With the rest all having O on them, one of the remaining 7 can be seen penetrating I. Considering that it was Kokoro who made this, I would represent herself, meaning we can interpret this message to mean, one of the 7 girls killed me.
Whoa, so the culprit is a female?
Alright, so we know their gender. So what? This alone doesn't pinpoint the culprit at all. It just tells us that the killer is a girl.
Well, if you'd let me finish, Nikkei, I was about to say we can take one step further to deduce the killer's identity as well.
What do you mean?
Look carefully at the icicles. It's easy to overlook, but the O icicle that penetrated the I icicle is significantly longer than the other ones. Uh-oh. But didn't we just deduce that these icicles were us girls? If one's taller than the rest, wouldn't it make sense for their length to be analogous to our heights? I don't even know what that word means!
One moment, Miss Kanade. Are you proposing that the tallest female present is our killer?
Huh? That is solution to the dying message. But that wouldn't mean she's the culprit? How would... Emma? Emma?
It can only be you! The tallest out of the female students. That's... Emma Maganobi. Are you the killer? What?
Hmm? I don't know. Why would... And an I instead of a no carved on it. That is F and O carved on the front and back. Female, 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 other? What? Nah. I don't think that's it. I don't think it's Emma.
Emma. The person that the dying message is referring to, it has to be you.
One more thing, can I check the... Oh, I forgot.
What?
One bullet.
Emma's the culprit? Huh? Sora, have you forgotten who Emma is? Why would she, of all people, kill Kokoro?
I don't know exactly. I just solved the dying message just like Kanade told me to. If the tallest person out of the girls is the culprit, then that would be Emma, right?
Yeah, but still.
Sora, how could you? Losing Kokoro was painful enough. Yet I'm desperately trying to find our killer. And you have the nerve to say... That's crossing the line. If this is some sick and twisted joke, let me make it clear to you that I'm not laughing.
Rah-rah, even if the dying message coincides with M's height, don't you think this is a bit I mean, it was no secret Im regarded Coco as her best friend. You saw how upset she was when we found her body.
Yeah, sorry, Sora, but I can't get behind that. This feels more coincidental than incriminating.
Maybe our interpretation of the dying message was just wrong?
Seriously? Are you all really that stupid?
Whoa! Dial down the aggression a bit, huh?
My interpretation is 100% accurate. Didn't I just say that once we determine the culprit's identity, the rest falls into place? Trust me, if you assume Emma's the killer, this case becomes much simpler.
Kanade, I know you think you're helping, but I assure you
Yeah, come on, Kanade. You're being mean to Emmy. There's no way that Emmy would ever... Sister? How about shutting the hell up while I'm talking?
Jesus.
If you don't plan on being useful, be a good sister and stay out the way, okay? Kanade?
Oh, it seems to me that Miss Kanade has already solved the case.
I don't know. Are we sure about that? Looks to me like Miss Little Sis is getting a bit deluded.
Deluded? Oh, you poor naive chump. Kanade, what's wrong? Oh, Sora.
Yes?
You alone believed my reasoning, right? Since these gaggle of imbeciles can't tell the difference between their asses from their elbows, why don't you try figuring out how Emma did all this? If you're lost, I can give you a hint. Emma's talent. Her ultimate talent is the key to this.
Emma's talent. Well, I hate to admit it, Karanda's logic has been sound so far. Because got no choice but to entertain her theory. She said that the matter would become clear once we determine the killer's identity. So what is it about Emma that would answer all these questions? We need to focus. Logic craft. Yeah. Logic craft must train in the entangled thoughts inside her brain. You encounter color blocks coming from the right during your flight. An objective is to reach the end without colliding with them. Your spaceship will move upwards while pressing Z. With no impulse, the ship will descend on this. Are you kidding me, Flappy Bird? Hitting a block will damage your shields, as reflected on the gauge to the left. Your shield has 5 hit points. If it's damaged beyond that, there will be a penalty to your score as well as a decrement in your focus gauge. Furthermore, you must attempt this stage from the beginning. If the focus gauge is fully depleted, the influence gauge will take damage instead. You must start from the entire minigame. Each block inflicts a different amount of damage. Green is 1, yellow is 2. Red kills it instantly, so be cautious when you see them. Cyan blocks line the top and the bottom of the screen will also inflict 1 damage when you get into contact with them. Reach the end of the stage, you'll be given a question with 3 answers. Choose the path you believe to be correct and wait for the location for about 7 seconds. Game will then proceed to check if your choice was indeed correct. If your answer was correct, you will move to the next stage. If not, your ship will be destroyed and must attempt the stage again. Your ship will not automatically descend during this period, so you may freely move it around using the arrow keys. Make it to a total of 3 stages and 3 quests to complete the Logic craft. Alright. Oh, whoa. It's laggy. Oh, it's laggy. Yep, oh. I'm fine. Nope, nope. Why is this? No, oh, come on. How am I supposed to go through that? Question 1. Why is Emma's Mago Rogue's ultimate talent? Oh, I have my shield back, okay. Whoa, how did I get hit that? Well, okay, now I got it. There we go. Oh! What the hell? What does the ultimate actress do? She eats breakfast. What do you think? Oh, come on, now yellow. Why just give me a wall of reds and be done with that? Hey. Oh, man. Come on. If the ultimate actress is a culprit, what would this allow her to do? Disguise as another person?
It all makes sense.
Who would she disguise as though? Ah, okay. Is it okay? I don't know if it is okay.
Emma's talent. With the talent of Ultimate Actress, wouldn't it be possible for her to act as someone else?
What do you mean?
Up until now, we'd written up this case as impossible, with no way of entering Kokoto's room and each of us having alibis for that period of time. However, one person did have access, Kokoto herself. But what if the Kokoto we met was in fact not the actual Kokoto?
What?
What if Emma was disguised as Kokoto? And if the real Kokoto was already dead, then suddenly the murder becomes much more possible.
That's...
You mean the Kokoro we've been meeting with all this time was actually Emma? But...
Sora, first you besmirch my friendship. Now you wish to besmirch my talent, too.
No, it's not.
What's your deal? Why are you suddenly hell-bent on making me this evil psychopath?
Calm down, Em. I know how you feel, but...
Calm down? I just lost my best friend, and yet Sora thinks it's okay to suggest I was the one who killed her? No, I think I'm entitled to feel a little betrayed. All I want is to let Kokoro rest in peace. And yet...
No, I didn't mean to.
Sora, don't you think you're going a bit too far with this?
Yeah, I honestly can't see Emma killing Kokoro. It just wouldn't make any sense. Let's retrace our steps and go back over what we know. Maybe Kanade made a mistake somewhere.
Me? Made a mistake?
What a disappointment! I never expected you all to share a single-digit IQ like my sister. To think I could easily die if you half-wits vote wrong. Disgusting.
You! How dare!
Strange. I could have sworn I told you to be quiet, Hibiki. Let Kanade do all the work and solve this case. Can you not even understand something as simple as that?
You know what? Just figured out why I can't like Kanade. It's the same comparison that I made with Kokichi the other day. Kokichi makes me laugh. He's rude, he's mean, he says a lot of dumb stuff, he's grating, sure. But that's the thing. He's entertaining. Kanade doesn't entertain me. She doesn't. I understand why she can be likable, but she fails on being likable. In my opinion. I don't know, she's just mean. Or maybe I still don't get it.
Always so useless. Can't do anything yourself. Always relying on me to clean up your shit. You should know your place by now.
Kanade! Why? You're so scary! Okay. Ignoring the nightmare fuel for a second. I also kind of think it's unfair to accuse Emma as a killer just because some icicles in her love of acting.
No. I'll believe Kanade and Sora's reasoning.
Oh, me too, me too! That speech was so moving it lit a fire within my heart.
Too much. This is all too much.
Oh ho! Simmer down, everyone, simmer down. The class trial room is a sacred place where the only permitted battles are ones of wit. Thus, any conflict must be resolved through a formal debate.
I don't want to suspect Emma, but this case cannot be solved unless Kanade is right. First things first, I need to listen to everyone's argument and find the holes in their logic. Minigame's crown debate is about to begin. Nah, it's good. I'm good.
We were always together, so I had no time to disguise myself.
Kanade! If you all hear my reasoning, then you'll understand why she had to use a disguise.
Oh.
If M's the killer, there's no need for something as complex as a disguise.
Oh,
Kokodo we met
I get
was
it.
definitely the real Kokodo.
This one's mine. To act is her ultimate talent, isn't it?
Even if she had perfectly imitated the appearance, she couldn't have imitated her voice.
Yuki, we couldn't even hear Kokoro's voice thanks to the disease. That's not a problem.
Kokoro and Emma have different heights. Wouldn't it be hard to disguise as one another?
This one's mine. Kokodo didn't get out of bed. We had no chance of checking her height.
Even so, this case isn't closed without a way to enter her room.
Mikado!
The way to enter a room may exist, just yet to be discovered.
We need to counter our opponents before they even get a chance to finish what they're saying. I had to counter each of our opponents with points of logic. I didn't understand how the skill works.
We were always together, so I had no time to disguise my...
Kanade!
How can you say always when you weren't with us the whole 24 hours?
If M's the killer, there's no...
Kanade!
I just go for it.
I'll hear my reasoning. Then you'll understand why she had to use a disguise.
The Kokodo we met was definitely the real Kokodo. Wouldn't it be tough to act like somebody else so perfectly?
No.
This one's mine. To act is her ultimate talent, isn't
Yeah.
Kokoro and Emma have different heights. Wouldn't it be hard to disguise as...
This one's mine. Kokodo didn't get out of bed. We had no chance of checking her height.
Even so,
Mikado!
The way to enter a room may exist, just yet to be discovered.
We were
You know
always
what?
together, so I had...
Kanade!
How can you say
Always.
when you weren't with us the whole 24 hours?
If M's the killer,
Kanade!
Guys.
All hear my reasoning. Then you'll understand why she had to use a disguise.
Kokoro.
This one's mom
Act.
to act is her ultimate talent, isn't it?
Even if she had Yuki.
Voice.
We couldn't even hear Kokoro's voice thanks to the disease. That's not a problem.
Kokoro and Emma have different heights.
This one's
Height.
mine. Kokoro didn't get out of bed. We had no chance of checking her height.
Even so, this case is
Mikado!
The way to enter a room may exist, just yet to be discovered.
And now it's spam. Okay.
This is our answer!
Wait. We're just going in circles here. We won't make any progress like this.
Oh, people. I never expected you to be this cruel, Sora.
Why are we even still discussing this? If my reasoning's sound, which it is, mind you, it becomes pretty obvious that Emma's tears are about as real as her fake-ass accent.
Hana, I know you're confident in your reasoning, but there's no need to be so rude.
Okay, fine. It doesn't seem like they're going to drop the topic, so I'll play along for now. Let's assume that the disguise is possible. So what? It doesn't matter how much one looks like another. Without a means of getting inside her room, Kanade's reasoning becomes entirely nonsensical.
Girl's got a point. Only Kokoro could get inside her own room. Each dorm door could only be opened by its respective owner. That crafty crow created a contraption that not even the craziest of characters could coerce completely, correct? I'm pretty sure we were all told that back when this game started.
Yeah, right now we still haven't overcome the biggest obstacle of getting into her room.
Well, the killer had to have entered her room at least once before murdering her.
No, actually, I've been thinking on some actions that Emma been doing. Yeah. She's
There were
been...
only 3 chances for us to enter her room.
Feels like she's been planning this for a while.
You mean during the meal deliveries, right?
Do you see now? The notion of a disguise has caused her discussions to become circular.
Ergo, it might behoove us to disregard it.
What are you talking about, everyone? We definitely had the chance. Why? It was when we entered Kokoro's room without her permission, of course.
You mean we entered her room without asking her permission?
Once again, Kanade seems to be one step ahead of us. Let's see where she's going with this. Will we enter her room without her permission?
When do you mean we entered Kokoro's room without her permission? Have you forgotten? After our performance, when she suddenly collapsed.
Alright.
In order to gain admittance, we used her e-handbook plus to open the door.
Right. And we needed her fingerprints to unlock said e-handbook plus for it to work.
But Kokoro was still alive at that point. So what if we went inside?
What if somebody took advantage of the confusion and stole her e-handbook plus once inside? And what if they left the room with her e-handbook plus? Then after that, they could come and go whenever they wished.
And you're suggesting that somebody is me?
Kanade's words make sense, but is that really the truth? The mystery of the locked room. There must be evidence related to these monks that I found during the investigation.
When do you mean we entered Kokoro's room without her permission? Have you forgotten? In order to gain admittance, performance, we used her e-handbook.
Right. And
But Kokoro was still...
What if somebody took advantage of the confusion left the room and stole her e-handbook?
No, that's wrong! Hold on, Kanade. We can't know that for sure yet.
Excuse me?
I'll admit, it's true that if somebody had stolen Kokodo's e-handbook plus, they could have entered the room freely. That is, unless the auto power saving function was on.
Auto power saving function?
You mean the function that automatically turns off the e-handbook plus after it's left alone for a certain amount of time?
Oh, that's a fast sentence reading.
Even if somebody stole Kokodo's e-handbook plus, like Kanade suggests, if the e-handbook plus ever turned off, it'd be impossible to turn it back on again without Kokodo's input.
Couldn't the culprit have just kept touching it to ensure it never turned off?
That isn't possible. While you may be able to use the e-handbook pluses of your fellow students for mundane means, the auto power saving function shares the same recognition algorithm with turning your e-handbook plus on, which, as you all know, only reacts to the owner's fingerprints.
Why, you're just spouting long words that I don't understand!
Essentially, the e-handbook plus would power down unless Coco herself was touching it.
It's as everyone else says, Kanade. Without knowing that fact for certain, we cannot continue with your line of reasoning.
Everyone, this may sound sudden, but can I ask you all something?
What is it now?
Iroha has continually insisted that Kokoro was killed by the Yukiona's curse, right? Yes. So? And what was it that made you think it was the curse?
Because Yukiona is known to freeze the one she hates and take their hands and feet. And that's what happened to Kokoro, right?
That's right. Iroha came to that conclusion specifically because Kokoro's corpse was missing her hands and feet. Of course, she was also dumb enough to believe it was actually a curse to kill her, but...
Who says I'm dumb?
And just why are you bringing this up? You're not actually going to tell me you believe it was the curse too, are you? Hardly. But it begs the question, doesn't it? If it wasn't the curse, then why did the killer choose such a cumbersome method of murdering? To try and scare everyone? Wrong again, Hibiki. Please think before you talk. This is obviously a copycat crime, to give off the impression it was the curse, when in actuality, the killer had a specific reason to do this.
A copycat crime? What's that?
It's exactly how it sounds. The case was specifically set up to imitate a past crime. Kanade suggesting Kokoro's death was carried out in a way that mimics the legend of Yukiona.
But why would the killer do that?
It's obvious. It was to cover up the trick of this locked room murder. As Sora and Mikado have proven, Kokoro's e-handbook plus would only have responded to her own fingerprints. No matter how hard they tried, the built-in algorithms would have prevented the culprit from turning the e-handbook plus back on. So, what if the killer had Kokoro's fingerprints?
Eh?
That must have been the reason why the killer did that to Kokoro. That evidence he found in Kokoro's body was not aligned with Yukiona's curse. 7 link. Oh, dry bloodstain? That doesn't sound right. Let's take a look. God damn it. Yeah, 7 limbs.
Got it. You think they cut them off? The killer cut off Kokoro's hands so they could easily have access to her fingerprints.
Cutting off the fingers to get the fingerprints?
You know, cutting off the hands to get a fingerprint. Get away the program.
That would explain it, though. We all just thought it resembled elements of the Yukiona's curse. While in actuality, the culprit did it to get her fingerprints.
Hold on. You're seriously insinuating the killer carried around a severed hand just to turn on the e-handbook plus? How could such a feat be remotely possible? Not only would they have to hide it, but they'd also have to consider the blood and the smell.
Not to mention, if they just wanted her fingerprints, why did they also cut her feet off? Who said they carried all her hands and feet? All they needed was her fingerprint. A fingertip would have sufficed. Then why did they cut them all off?
Because if she was only missing one finger, it would have been much easier to infer that they were after a fingerprint. Besides, we only know the state of Coco's body post-discovery. It's possible the killer only carried a fingertip, then cut the rest off not long before we found her body to throw us off. That's what you wanted to say, right, Kana?
Took you all long enough. Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting.
It's a theory, nothing more. There's no evidence suggesting such, nor would someone do such a laborious task just for one fingertip.
No, there is evidence. At the time of the body discovery, Kokoro's body had just begun to melt and bleed. But there was also a dry blood stain on the bed. At the time, it didn't make sense.
This is all moving so fast. What did the blood mean then?
It means she'd bled prior to us showing up. The dry bloodstain was left behind after the killer took her fingertip. Like Setsuka said, the imitation of the curse was nothing more than a red herring.
This second island had a great motif of Yukiona's tale. It makes sense the killer would use it to distract us all. Honestly, I tip my hat to you, dear killer.
So how about it? Are we now willing to agree it was possible to enter the room?
Well, it certainly does explain how Emma could have entered Kokoro's room while disguised as her.
Oh, but wait, there's more. On the night Kokoro collapsed, the last one to come out of her room was... Emma Magorobi. Okay, and?
If she was the last to leave, she could have stolen the e-handbook plus without being noticed by anyone else.
Emma, you didn't, did you?
It's just as Kanade said. By determining the killer first and then retracing our steps with the information that gave us, we've been able to solve what we couldn't before.
Okay, so if we combine what we just learned with what we knew earlier, the killer swept her e-handbook plus while we were placing her in her room. Then, after everyone went to bed, they rushed back to Kokoro's room before the e-handbook plus switched off. It's possible that the real and fake Kokoro were swapped then too. And then, to make sure that they had free reign to her e-handbook plus, they cut her finger off and locked her in the refrigerator.
Oh, and that ties into the refrigerator trick we discussed.
How splendid. By working together, we've solved all the questions from earlier. Access to the locked room, the time needed to freeze the body, and the alibi issue.
One moment. Are we forgetting something? The school rules specifically state that losing your e-handbook plus is prohibited. If what you're suggesting is true, surely Kokoro would have been punished for losing hers, would she not?
Not really. Stealing it and losing it are two very different things. And besides, school rules tend to make an exception for murder.
Seriously? That's a thing?
Oh, she's right. Monocro said so when we tried opening Kokoro's door, right before we discovered the body.
However, even if I were to open the store, I believe our efforts unfortunately may be a bit too late. What do you mean? Back to the topic at hand, I am afraid I cannot allow one to break into another store, unless certain dire circumstances arise. The rules certainly are strict, but I shall elect to forgive you if you do such in certain situations. For instance, let's say a murder, perhaps. Regardless, since you did go out of your way to call me, I'll be kind and open the door this one time. And the door is unlocked. Coco. And they all rushed in.
On the topic of school rules, there was another one the killer violated for this case.
You mean the vandalism?
Wow, Yuki, there may be a brain in there after all.
Vandalism? Mind explaining for us, Yuki?
Don't you remember, big bro? The day after the performance, you said you'd noticed that the museum's Yukiona statue had been broken while out on a morning jog.
Oh yeah, we talked about vandalism then too.
But we all thought it was strange that Monocro hadn't punished anyone for it, when in actuality...
Yup, it was part of the trick.
In order to help create the illusion of Yukiona's curse, the culprit destroyed the statue to make it seem as if it had awoken.
Well, that may be one reason, certainly. Though I think the culprit had a different idea in mind. As we all know now, the crux of this case is the killer's disguise. Makeup can be used to mask the skin color. Stealing their clothes helps the appearance. But what about the hair?
She's right. The Kokoro we all met before have a remarkably strong resemblance to the real thing. So how did she mimic her hair color? Ah. Yes, I've been wondering how that evidence would tie it in. Perhaps now. The wig. There is still some evidence we haven't played yet. Teria called her through the door, but Kokoro didn't open the lock for them. They assumed Kokoro was sleeping and left the diner plates outside the door. Okay. This is Shoba's account and the balcony. And Shinji's account.
Got it.
There's still a few
The dressing room.
things we haven't played.
She took a wig from the dressing room inside the museum.
Right again. Well, yeah, there was loads of wigs in the dressing room. But none of them looked like Kokoro's hair, right?
Iroha, do you remember the costume party we held on the first night we arrived at the second island?
Party? Oh yeah, I remember.
And do you remember who helped style our hair at that time?
Huh? Oh! It was Emma! But wait, what does the wig have to do with the broken Yuki-onna statue?
The relationship between the wig and the broken statue. Maybe it's because of that. But it's the item list.
Got it. It's probably because of the dressing room item list.
What's that?
Oh yeah, I saw that too. It's a list that details the amount of stock for each item in the dressing room. How many wigs there are, how many variations of clothing there are, things like that.
There are.
If the killer had taken a wig to disguise themselves as Kokono, then the numbering on the list wouldn't match the actual stock. So to cover that, they destroyed the statue and took the hair part to fill up the inventory.
Whoa. They went to all that effort for just one wig? Who'd notice something as small as that?
Given how crucial the disguise was to the plan, I imagine they must have been hyper-vigilant and paranoid about keeping it hidden at all costs. And as a matter of fact, their meticulousness was not in vain. A certain someone here took the time to memorize the whole list and cross-reference it with its stock every single day.
What? Who could be that perverted?
Perverted?
No, that was never my intent. I'm a merchant, remember?
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
A long time ago, I made a mistake in taking inventory, which resulted in something irreversible. I can't remember the details, but I swore to be thorough from then on. But even despite that, memorizing inventories is nothing new for me. As a merchant, I can't stand not knowing exact quantities of the stock.
Even with Teria making daily rounds, not even he noticed a wig disappearing.
At a glance, it looks like the killer was being overly paranoid. When in reality, doing exactly that was what stopped Teria from noticing a discrepancy. The killer really was one step ahead of everyone.
The other tell was the small amount of rubble from the statue in one of the wigs. That tiny detail is what led us down this path. Still, we would never have come up with the disguise idea without Kanade's help.
No, I was just able to look outside the box. That's all.
Well, well, well. It seems our killer has finally been unveiled.
Emma, you really?
Emma, if you really are the killer, then please, make this easy for us and confess now. I don't want to keep having to doubt you like this.
Are you truly that desperate to paint me as the killer? You've insulted my friendship with Kokoro, used my ultimate talent against me, and created this elaborate theory. And now, you want me to confess to killing the closest friend I ever had? Have you not caused me enough pain already?
Emmy, don't cry.
I'd rather not believe any of this either. But the more I hear and the longer this goes on, even I have to wonder about the legitimacy of those tears.
Well, they don't call her the ultimate actress for nothing. Don't know about the intent, but those tears seem genuine to me.
This is all too much. I feel so useless.
If we vote an innocent person as the Blackened, then everyone but the Blackened is killed, right? Fine. Have it your way. Go ahead and sentence us all to death.
What do you mean?
I've already told you. I'm not the killer. Kanade and Sora may have crafted an elaborate theory, but like I said, I didn't do it. So if you vote me, we'll all die. Whoever did this is setting me up. The real killer. They want you to think I did it. Please, you have to believe me.
You're still acting innocent? Ugh, this is just pathetic at this point. All the evidence is pointing towards you.
Sora, you remember what you said, don't you? If Kokoro hadn't died, perhaps my sincerity would have attracted her into our party. Yes, I wanted to be her friend. She may have not reciprocated it, but I genuinely cared for her from the bottom of my heart.
If I die here, I won't be able to face Kokoro in the afterlife, knowing I let her killer get away.
Wait! Could it be? Yes. I think I may have found the key that shall turn this case around.
Now is Emma.
Please, give me one more chance. There is still time. Time to prove to you that I, Emma Magorobi, am not the killer. I beg of you, please believe me.
Okay.
Allow me to point out the contradiction in your reasoning. It's just the one, mind you. One minor flaw in such lengthy reasoning. But this will prove my innocence. And with it, change your mind.
The minigame Rebuttal Showdown Another is about to begin. Now I'm good.
So you're saying that the culprit must have gotten Kokoro's e-handbook plus at the performance, right? With the e-handbook plus, the culprit must have finished their preparations and gotten ready for the impersonation. According to you, it was during that night that the culprit went to the museum. There was lots to do, such as setting up the disguise and destroying the statue before morning time. But that night, I was there with all of you to hear the announcement. Since the main gate had already been closed, I had no way to get out of the monocruise. Which means that I had no such time to prepare the disguise, and that your theory is impossible.
Why is it really impossible for her to commit a crime? No way, there must be evidence to refute that claim. Let's listen to her again carefully.
So you're saying that the culprit must have gotten Kokoro's e-handbook plus at the performance, right? With the e-handbook plus, the culprit must have finished their preparations and gotten ready for the impersonation. According to you, it was during that night that the culprit went to the museum.
Nope, that's not it.
Shoot! So you're saying that the culprit must have gotten Kokoro's e-handbook plus at the performance, right? With the e-handbook plus, the culprit must have finished their preparations and gotten ready for the impersonation. According to you, it was during that night that the culprit went to the museum. There was lots to do, such as setting up the disguise and destroying the statue before morning time. But that night, I was there with all of you to hear the night's announcement. Since the main gate had already been closed, I had no way to get out of the monocruise.
Oh wait, no.
So you're saying that the culprit must have gotten Kokoro's e-handbook plus at the
What
performance, right?
Oh.
With the e-handbook plus, the culprit must have finished their preparations and gotten ready for the impersonation. According to you, it was during that night that the culprit went to the museum. There was lots to do, such as setting up the disguise and destroying the statue before morning time. But that night, I was there with all of you to hear the night's announcement. Since the main gate had already been closed, I had no way to get out of the monocruise.
I'll pierce through those words.
Oh, that's fine. I'm good with that. Save the game.
No, it's possible to get out of the monocruise after the door is locked at night.
What? Sora, are you just doing this for fun now? It is a proven fact that...
It was a proven fact. While it may have been impossible on the first island, things have changed since then. And you can now get out through the balcony on the 4th floor hallway.
Oh, that's right. The balcony's door was opened while we were sailing to this current island. But the 4th floor of the monocruise is pretty high up, isn't it? If she jumped out at that height...
Then what if she didn't jump? What if she had a rope-like thing to climb down?
Oh, come off it, Yuki. Now you're just being ridiculous. Nobody went out through the balcony like that.
A rope-like thing. Didn't I hear a certain testimony about the balcony earlier? One by one, okay.
Got it. Excuse me, Shinji?
Yeah? Why do you need me all of a sudden?
Do you remember telling me that morning how you thought you saw something on the side of the balcony while on your morning jog?
Oh! You mean that? Yeah, I think I saw something like a big, long cloth being rolled up.
Well, Emma, unless you're prepared to call Shinji a liar, wouldn't you say this proves someone could escape through the balcony at night? Sure, it would only be a one-way trip, but Hajime already proved it's possible to sneak back inside the monocruise. As long as the killer snuck back inside the moment the cruise doors reopened, they wouldn't be noticed, allowing them to achieve a perfect crime.
Perhaps what Big Bro saw was the killer quickly retrieving the rope-like thing upon their return.
Seriously? That's just a hypothesis. You can't stake your claim like that.
But Shinji said he saw it that same day, didn't he? Yep. That sounds like a plausible means of escape to me. Wow. So many pieces pointing at Emma. Surely even you must realize that this goes a bit beyond a series of coincidences, correct? Emma, did you really? No way. So Emmy really did.
To sum up, the killer could enter Kokoro's room freely from that morning. So we had no choice but to recognize the disguised Kokoro as the real thing. And that was what made us believe that the case was a locked room murder when she unexplainably died.
If you're not satisfied yet, allow me to point out another reason to doubt Emma. Since the performance, she's made quite a scene about having lost her appetite. She hasn't finished a meal since that day. Why do you think that may be?
Because if she's the killer, she'd have to act as Coco. She requested to have food delivered to her room 3 times a day. As a result, Coco would have to be in her room during those periods. However, in order to not raise suspicion, Em herself needed to join us for meals. So she came up with an excuse to leave the dining hall as soon as possible and set up the disguise.
Come to think of it, that would also explain why she gave such specific times for food to be delivered. At the time, we all just assumed it was part of Kokoro's meticulous nature, but that too was a ploy from the disguised killer. By setting such precise times, she could decrease the risk of an unexpected situation.
It all adds up.
You really are all going to doubt me until the very end. Even despite overlooking a crucial detail?
We've accommodated for every detail and covered all evidence. So please shut your mouth and stop putting up this pitiful defense.
No, this detail is yet to be accounted for. I even mentioned it earlier. Allow me to illustrate the final point, on why it was completely impossible for me to disguise myself as Kokoro.
Alright. Let's keep going.
So you're saying I disguised myself as Kokoro? That's utterly impossible. I'm an actress, not a voice actor. I couldn't mimic her voice. Are you also going to ignore the height discrepancy? I'm over 20 centimeters taller than her. It'd be obvious that it wasn't the real Kokoro. Of course, the two inconsistencies could be explained by the disease. But would I really be able to impersonate her if it weren't for the said disease? Remember, she was diagnosed the morning after the performance. The culprit would have had to prepare the disguise the night before. How would the culprit have known about Kokoro's condition in advance? before without it. There was no other way to overcome the difference in height and voice. She had a rare endemic disease. How could you possibly suggest the culprit would have been predicting something like that? Unless the culprit was some omniscient god. I'm putting an end to this disguise theory.
Denied yet again. I listened to her again carefully. There must be a flaw somewhere.
So you're saying I disguised myself as Kokoro?
Told me about his visit to Kokoro's room yesterday evening. He, Mema, and Teria followed her through the door, but Kokoro didn't open the lock for them. Shobai lets know who the culprit is. Apparently the culprit's made a grave mistake in front of them. I wonder if that's the sort of his foreign confidence. Don't like relying on Shobai. He would be a last resort in the trap, that is what he said is true. Assuming he agrees to help us in the first place, of course. What the dry ice? A bag used to store dry ice. It was abandoned in a corner of Kokoro's room. It's been open, its contents are gone. How exactly dry ice was used is unknown as of now, but judging from the room's low temperature, it's very likely the culprit used it in some way.
That's utterly impossible. I'm an actress, not a voice actor. I couldn't mimic her voice. Are you also going to ignore the height discrepancy? I'm over 20 centimeters taller than her. It'd be obvious that it wasn't the real Kokoro. Of course, but would I really remember? She was diagnosed the morning after the culprit would have had to prepare. How would the culprit have before without it? She had a rare endemic disease.
Okay, that wasn't it.
Crap. So you're saying I disguised myself as Kokoro? I'm an actress, not a voice actor. Are you also going to over? Of course, would I really be? Remember, the culprit would have had to prepare the. How would the culprit have before without it? She had a rare endemic disease. How could you?
No, that's wrong!
I don't know, she could have used a dry ice to fake her disease or something. Guess not.
Wait, Emma, stop. What was that about an endemic disease?
Huh? What about it?
That's weird. Those who weren't with us at Shobai's examination shouldn't have known that Kokoro was specifically suffering from an endemic disease.
We didn't tell anyone about that. We just thought that, oh, Kokoro won't be able to move from the bed and stuff.
Those who weren't with us?
Everyone except me, Ra-Ra, Yuko, and you. Excluding Dr. Shobai and patient Coco, of course.
You weren't there, Emma. So do you mind telling us how you knew it was an endemic disease?
What are you talking about? You mentioned the disease in the dining hall, right?
No. We only said that the disease was a rare one, not an endemic one.
What?
Not to worry, Emma. I'm sure you've heard it somewhere. Perhaps in Kokoro's bed as that very patient. Slip of the tongue so far in. Don't look now, but I think someone needs to fix their makeup. Is that sweat I see?
Oh dear. You can't take it back now.
Well now, hang on. Let me clarify I was speaking hypothetically. She might have been suffering from an endemic disease.
What? Seriously?
You see, given the tropical nature of the islands we've been trapped on, my mind instantly assumed it was an endemic disease. I suppose that was my fault for assuming. But you really cannot convict me for a misunderstanding.
Oh, come on! I worked in journalism, and even I have to admit that's reaching.
Assumptions or otherwise, aren't you ignoring the obvious? The issue isn't about the type of disease. It's about how I knew of it in advance. According to your theory, anyway.
It's a fair point. To fit with the timeline, the culprit would have been preparing the disguise long before Kokoro's diagnosis. And had Kokoro not fallen ill, the plan wouldn't have worked. There's no way someone could have predicted that.
Do you understand now? With this, the entire disguise theory falls apart.
Ah, yes, the infamous disease. Let's talk about that for a moment, shall we? Since Emma seems so fixated on it. And she is the ultimate actress. What if this disease was also another part of her act?
What do you mean?
Even if Emma was disguised as Kokoro, wasn't Shobai the one who diagnosed her disease? Oh, is that true? Then let's ask the man himself. The good doctor has been awfully quiet throughout this trial.
I thought he was asleep.
Oh, he's still here? I thought that was just a cardboard cutout. Yoo-hoo! Anybody in there?
I'm busy right now. Can I ignore you later? Some of us are actually getting on with more important shit. I'm running some numbers through my head. I got more than 20 business deals I need to take care of, since I'm stuck wasting my life on this rock.
This guy isn't real! Does he even realize how important this trial is?
Shobai, I'm sorry to bother you, but we need to ask you something.
Now what? Guys, you've already figured out the killer, right? Hurry up and get to the voting already. At this point, you're just dragging things out. Nobody with a functioning brain is interested in this anymore.
We're not voting until we've cleared up every shred of doubt, so stop whining and let me ask my question. Before the investigation had even concluded, you claimed to have solved the crime, remember? You deduced the killer almost immediately, noting that they had made a huge mistake.
He said that?
Shobai, this concerns you as much as it concerns us. Was your examination genuine?
No, I might be a piece of work, but as a broker, I take great pride in what I do. And that includes what the job stands for. That checkup wasn't a favor. I was hired to do it. It was business.
What are you trying to say?
He was asked to give a fake checkup.
Client confidentiality, kid. Never disclose any details about the client or the deal. As a broker, that's my #1 rule.
This is a class trial! Are you really gonna stick to that Creek crap when your life is at stake?
Of course not. Nothing's more important to me than my own life. But that doesn't change... screw it. I'm technically not breaking that rule by coming clean here. My client was Kokoro Mitsume, a woman who's now legally dead. And I ain't got no problem with snitching on a corpse.
Shobai, wait!
Kokoro Mitsume came to me with a request. The details are as follows. I was attacked by a void. I want to expose the void who attacked me, so please make a fraudulent examination for my safety. Finally, deliver said fraudulent examination to anyone who asks. And that's it.
I said wait!
What? So, Kokoro really was never sick at all?
That's the big question, isn't it? After all, we now know that request was not made by the real Kokoro in the first place.
You said that you knew who the killer was, Shobai. Were you able to infer that from the request alone?
Yeah, there was a lot that wasn't adding up. Since I take pride in my client confidentiality, she could have easily spoken to me normally, when it was just us two. And yet, she still insisted on using her iPad to communicate. That ain't all, though. Emma Magarobi said something strange, too. Right after Kokoro Mitsume collapsed and you'd all gathered round her, she specifically said that her body was scorching hot. Why did she say so when Kokoro Mitsume was attacked by the void and not suffering a disease?
Maybe she got burnt with wounds. If you think about it, everything we did was based on Emma saying she had a fever. After taking her to the room, we only gave her medicine and placed a wet towel on her forehead. Which you'd only do if she was ill, not wounded. Well, well, well. It seems Emma had already begun baiting us. Starting small with a fever, making us believe she's sick, then having Shobai's phony diagnosis as the nail in the coffin.
I mean, my theory was how Emma was... I mean, after all of this, of course, not before. And how would Emma be attacking Kokoro for a while now? It's just how close Emma was to Kokoro. Maybe she was poisoning her for a while.
And of course, none of us ever remotely considered the possibility of the disease being fabricated.
Wow, just wow. I wasn't even there and that story sounds suspicious. A healthy person suddenly gets paralyzed by an unknown endemic disease? Seriously, guys? I expected more.
I see. She carefully selected her words to make a subtle shift from healthy to unhealthy. That way, the diagnosis came as less of a shock. But ironically, that was what tipped Shobai off.
What do you mean?
The two statements directly contradicted each other. Emma Magarobi said it was a fever. Kokoro Mitsume said it was an attack. Granted, the disguise fooled even me at the time, but as soon as the body showed up, it all fell into place. It was Emma Magarobi in the dorm room with the disguise. Final answer.
We just wasted hours going back and forth, old man. Why didn't you say this earlier?
I told you, I live by my own moral code, shorty. But since you guys have pretty much done the elbow work, and my client is legally dead, I figured I'd come clean. So there you have it. Your last shred of doubt, all cleared up.
And that's checkmate, Emma. No encore for you.
No, wait a minute. You must understand. I'm not the killer.
I'm sorry, Em, but I think you're the only one who believes that now.
Even I didn't want to believe Kanade at first. My reasoning is perfect. There's no room for doubt.
No, we're not done yet. We haven't discussed how the killer dealt with the body. I was outside of the room when the body was discovered, so I couldn't have anything to do with it.
Seriously, Emma? You could do that treatment in the morning. Once you were done with your disguise, there'd be no need to open the door for us. So you could do your job whether somebody else visited or not.
By job, you mean the final step, yeah?
That's right. Take the frozen Kokoro out of the refrigerator and cut off every hand and foot to hide the severed fingertip.
If I did that, then the room would have been full of blood, wouldn't it? And yet, there was no such trace.
Have you already forgotten her body was completely frozen? There'd be no risk of blood being spilled anywhere. At most, the flesh would have been disturbed. I'm gonna be sick! Once that was all done, all you needed to do was return the refrigerator dividers back to their original position, then slap a liquid nitrogen labeled drum down as a distraction. Finally, get out of the room and mission accomplished.
Hang on, that doesn't make sense. Kokoro was frozen by the instant freeze mode of the refrigerator, wasn't she? Not by the liquid nitrogen. Regardless of how long you freeze something, expose it to room temperature for a few hours and it'd melt on you.
I do recall seeing some blood
just where
emanating from
the-
Miss Mitsume's severed limbs.
Yeah, barely. If
The
it was
dry
melting
ice comes
normally,
on.
we should have seen a lot more.
Mickey's right. Her body was melting at an abnormally slow pace. Perhaps that's because the killer used that thing to keep the body cool. This is dry
Got
ice.
it. Nikkei, that's because the killer used dry ice.
Dry ice?
When the body was first discovered, the room was unusually cold and covered in a thick mist. At first we believed it was the liquid nitrogen, but it was actually dry ice. We found a bag of it at the crime scene.
She maintains the temperature with dry ice in order to prevent the frozen body from melting.
How about it, Emma? Finally ready to give in? Emmy?
What did I ever do to deserve this?
You kill someone?
I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted Kokoro. These are all just coincidences. I didn't kill her. I swear to you.
Can someone shut her up already? Give it a rest, woman. You lost.
You believe me, don't you? I could never kill Kokoro. Please convince them for me. We're all walking into a trap.
It's hard to suspect Emma when she's crying like this. But all of the evidence is indicating Emma's the culprit. Just an act, not a performance from the ultimate actress. Sorry Emma, but the show's over. Let's present the final evidence to end this trial for good. Terminate talk shooting. No, there's a start. I'm good. What the hell is this?
So cruel. You're all so cool! You accuse me of such a thing! You must reconsider. You better back off. How did it come to this? We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. I'm innocent. Hear me out. How could you accuse me of such a thing? So cruel. You're all so cool. Reconsider. I'm innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? How could you accuse me of such a thing? We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. So cruel. You're all so cool. You accuse me of such a thing. You must reconsider. You better back off. Why won't you believe me? We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. I'm innocent. Hear me out. How could you accuse me of such a thing? So cruel. You're all so cool. Reconsider. I'm innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? How could you accuse me of such a thing? We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. It can't end like this. How could you accuse me of such a thing? You must reconsider. You better back off. Why won't you believe me? We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. I'm innocent. Hear me out. Is this the end? Is this the end? We're all going to die. You must reconsider. It can't end like this. I thought we were friends. I'm innocent. Hear me out. We were friends. We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. So cruel. You're all so innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? We're all going to die. I'm innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? I'm innocent. Hear me out. We were friends. Is this the end? I'm innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? I thought we were friends. We're all going to die. Is this the end? It can't end like this. I thought we were friends. I'm innocent. Hear me out. We were friends. We're all going to die. I thought we were friends. So cruel. You're all so innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? How did it come to this? I'm innocent. Hear me out. Why won't you believe me? How did it come to this? I thought we were friends. You must reconsider. It can't end like this. Why won't you believe me? I thought we were friends. How did it come to this? You must reconsider. So cruel. You're all so cruel. You better back off. How could you accuse me of such a thing? We're all going to die. I'm innocent. Hear me out. Come to this. You must reconsider. I thought we were friends. You must reconsider. It can't end like
Why does it take forever to end? It really doesn't need to take this long to kill this Harry Potter Harley Quinn Oni looking thing. She has Harley Quinns, a mixture of Harley Quinn and Harry Potter, and maybe something else. Ah. Oh. There we go.
What possible reason could you have linking me to Kokoro?
Never seen both. Oh.
You better back off. How could you accuse me of such a thing? Going to die. I'm innocent. Hear me out. Come to this. You must reconsider. I thought we were friends. You must reconsider. You better back off. How could you accuse me of such a thing? Reconsider. I thought we were friends. What possible reason?
Both were never seen in the same place.
This is the end.
Oh, she's sneaky. Super sneaky. Save the game.
I just have one more thing I'd like to ask everyone. Has anybody here ever visited Kokoro with Emma?
Huh? Oh, that's...
I thought not. And the reason why? Because it's impossible. As we've agreed, the bedridden Kokoro was none other than Emma. If Emma ever came to visit, the bed would be empty.
What are you talking about, Sora? I definitely visited Kokoro's room. Yuki, Teruya, you two remember, don't you?
Oh, that's true. I've definitely gone there with Emma before. As she was leaving the dining hall, I caught up with her and suggested she join us.
But did Kokoro open the door when you arrived?
No. That was yesterday evening. The first time Kokoro didn't open the door for us.
As I suspected. After all, how could Kokoro open the door while Emma was outside the very same door?
Ironic, isn't it, Emma? What Yuki just said makes you even more suspicious. You always claimed to have no appetite, so you could sneak out of the dining hall and eat your meals as Kokoro. And as a result, you never sat with Kokoro during one of her meals.
Wow, you sure did care for her, Emma. A grand total of 0 visits for your sick best friend. Didn't even visit her once.
More like she couldn't.
Perhaps Mr. Maeda's suggestion caught her off guard. She certainly did seem in a hurry to leave that evening.
It's over, Emma. There's nowhere to run. Finally given up? Good. It's time for your curtain call. Let's summarize the case once again and expose your crime.
Closing arguments about to begin. I didn't see the tutorial for this in the last time. I'm gonna show you. In closing arguments, you have to recap the events of the case in a format of a 4-frame comic strip. The top left screen will show the total number of pages, and you will have to complete a separate comic strip for each page. Some frames/cut pieces will be given at the bottom of the screen. Choose a piece with the left and right arrow keys and put them in order for the first to last. Press A to check specific details about a selected frame cut, which should help you figure out its placement in the strip. As the difficulty rises, more frames cuts will be given. The product will still be a 4-frame comic, but fake frames cuts will be present. Once a page is completed, you then proceed to review it. If you think you assemble the pieces correctly, press Z to check the answer, otherwise you may reset the page for pressing X. There is no penalty for resetting the page, but if your answer is incorrect, your focus gauge will take damage and points will be reduced. All pages are completed, the explanation will follow. Sora will give an explanation of the case with a completed comic strip and ultimately reveal the identity of the culprit. Have to start over from the first page if your focus card is completely empty during the minigame. It's your best to avoid that. So I kinda went by instinct. Analyze. There is no question, so I just have to figure it out. So here, melodic rhythms concept. Nope. The killer knocked out Kokoro during the performance while she collapsed. They were the last to leave Kokoro's room, swapping her e-handbook plus while alone. The Bros defended Kokoro to her room. We used her e-hand. Oh no, other way around. Cancel. As far as the concert, they knocking out, bring her to her room, Kira leaving last. Then, once they had her finger, they tied her up and put her in the refrigerator. While everybody else was sleeping, they went to Kokoro's room. After putting her in the refrigerator, they set the mode to instant freeze. To get the fingerprint needed for the e-handbooks plus, they cut Kokoro's fingers off. Covered up still in a week, they destroyed the Yuki-onna statue and used their set as replacements. After everything had been prepared, they covered the entire scene with dry ice. To help prepare to disguise, they snuck out of the monocruise at night. They arrived at the museum and... what are... the wigs. There's a Fubuki and a... God damn, what is his name? Fubuki, one of the riders is Fubuki, the ultimate guitarist from the second game. This one is Makoto Naegi, the ultimate yoga student from the original games. In case. After everything had been prepared, they covered the entire scene with dry ice. Is this one? There we go. This guy is Kokoro. They use Shoba's fake diagnosis to trick everyone. Shobai noticed abnormality. As soon as one came, they were dumped to the balcony with 3D evidence. Things like this. Nope. Like this then. That one's past. Kokoro's spy was discovered. By being frozen, Kokoro used her last strength to leave a dying message. Everyone on the Mono Cruise had visited Kokoro for several days without noticing the disguise. While being frozen, Kokoro used her last strength to leave a dying message. The real Kokoro eventually froze to death. After manipulating the crime scene, they took the frozen body out and cut out his feet. Nope. Like this then? No. Everyone on the Mono Cruise had visited Kokoro for several days without noticing the disguise. Really? What is the order then? Several days do not see any disguise. While being frozen, Kokoro used her last strength to leave a dying message. I don't get the last one. Are you serious? No, that's wrong. Show, get knocked out, get inside the room. The kid is the last one to leave. Kid sneaks inside, cuts off Kokoro's finger, stuffs it in the fridge, puts it on max. Okay. Then, killer sneaks out. She's awake. Uses this one. And smacks the statue. Yeah, uses dry ice. No. Killer sneaks out. Chooses a wig. Has Yuki on a statue. Then the statue is left behind. Okay. Then the killer comes back. Asks Shobai for a thing. Shobai notices the discrepancy. Okay. While being frozen, Kokoro used the last strength to leave a message. Your Kokoro eventually froze to death. Everyone in the Mono Cruise had visited Kokoro for several days without noticing the disguise. They're manipulating the crime scene. They took the frozen body out and cut off his hands and feet. No. Maybe it isn't this one. What is the order the game wants me to use? And I can't just look for an answer online, it's gonna be cheating. The last one was Shobai did his little analysis. He noticed that something was wrong, went along with it. We believed that that was the real Kokoro for a few days. Eventually, she dies. She left a die message behind.
Crap.
Okay, this is just... I don't... Okay. Super. Mostly because I really don't understand what is the very last step that I'm supposed to be doing there. Are you serious? That was it? I didn't get it for a technicality. Not a technicality, it's because... No. So annoyed now. Sneaks in, cuts off her finger, throw it in the fridge, power it up. Goes upside, chooses a wig, breaks the statue, leaves it behind. Goes back in, passes the show by. He notices it's weird without believing it. Without believing her. Eventually she dies. She writes a message and then she leaves the message behind. She dies first, apparently. Sure. The corporate deftly returns to the Mono Cruise and successfully joins the others before the bar discovery announcement. While everybody else was sleeping, they went to Kokoro's room. After manipulating the crime scene, they took the frozen body out and cut off its hands and feet. Stuck a liquid nitrogen label on an empty drum. After everything had been prepared, they covered the entire scene in dry ice. As time passed, Kokoro's body was discovered. Ice the drum. There we go.
This is the truth of the case.
Screw this. Like, if you ask me, I think Kokoro died after that. Well, after writing the message, but who am I to judge?
At some point during the performance, Kokoro suddenly collapsed. The culprit was the first to check her temperature, describing it as scorching hot, to make us believe she'd fallen ill to some disease. While in reality, the killer had likely attacked Kokoro during the noise and excitement of the concert. We immediately brought Kokoro into her room. We used her finger to gain access to her e-Handbook Plus. The e-Handbook Pluses can only be turned on by its owner's fingerprints. The killer made note of this in their plan. Feigning concern over Kokoro, the killer made sure to leave her room last. They needed to do this in order to subtly steal Kokoro's e-Handbook Plus. As soon as nighttime arrived, the culprit returned to the scene after making sure everyone else was asleep. Since the e-Handbook Plus's power was still on, they were able to re-enter her room. Knowing they wouldn't be interrupted at night, the culprit began their preparations. First, they tied up Kokoro and then cut off her fingertip. They needed this in order to have permanent access to her e-Handbook Plus. Once the bleeding had stopped, they stuffed Kokoro into the refrigerator. By removing all of the refrigerator's dividers, there was just enough space to store her body in. After placing her body inside, they set the refrigerator's output as instant freeze, with the intent to freeze Kokoro to death. Next came the disguise preparations. The disguise was the most crucial element to this murder, as they wanted it to seem as if Kokoro was alive for longer than she was. They stole the clothes Kokoro had been wearing, then set out to find a wig that emulated her hair. Fortunately for our killer, they'd taken note of the dressing room in the museum and planned to use it to their advantage. Naturally, people would be concerned over Kokoro, so the disguise had to be ready by the next morning, but the monocruise had already closed its gates for the night. This left the killer with no choice but to create a makeshift rope and climb down the monocruise from the 4th floor's balcony. Upon arriving at the museum, they took a wig that resembled Kokoro's hair from the dressing room. However, this would create a discrepancy with the dressing room's item list. So to accommodate for this, they destroyed the Yuki Onna statue and planted its hair in the wig's place. The destruction of the statue brought two benefits. Not only did it fix the discrepancy, but also made some fear the curse of the awakened Yuki Onna. Considering the body's state when we discovered it, the implications of the curse only increased. The next morning, the culprit returned on board the monocruise right after the door opened, making quick work to remove the evidence at the balcony. They also used Kokoro's e-handbook Plus to send a request to Shobai. I was attacked by a void. I want to expose the void who attacked me, so please make a fraudulent examination for my safety. Finally, deliver said fraudulent examination to anyone who asks. That was the request. Dr. Grumpy accepted this request,
Dr.
but
Grumpy.
began noticing something was off while talking with the disguised culprit. They made sure to remain silent even in front of Shobai himself, contradicting the killer's note of Kokoro having a fever the previous night. Perhaps he was able to deduce the killer based on these two inconsistencies. Either way, his false examination made us believe that Kokoro had begun to suffer from a disease. With us taking the bait, the killer no longer had to worry about the two biggest issues with their disguise, the height and the voice. The phony paralysis also allowed the culprit to request we bring them meals at 3 specific times a day. That was done to reduce the risk of an unexpected situation, and to ensure they were in disguise for 3 set times. In an attempt to appear less suspicious, the culprit themselves faked a loss of appetite, to provide ample time to disguise as Kokoro and eat her meal instead. And while effective at first, this ironically made them look more suspicious in the long run. Over the next few days, we continued to bring Kokoro her meals, unaware of the one beneath the disguise. We all continued to believe that, while unwell, Kokoro was still alive. But the horrid truth was that the real Kokoro Mitsume was slowly freezing to death in the refrigerator. Right before she perished though, she used the last of her strength to leave a dying message. She broke 8 icicles that were created by the instant freeze mode, proceeding to carve F on the front and O on the back with her nail. Then, on the last icicle, she carved I instead of O, and penetrated the longest icicle through the I icicle to complete the message. There are 8 icicles with the letter F, and conveniently also 8 females. That would mean the tallest girl among all females was the one who killed I, Kokoro. After all, the culprit was indeed the tallest among the females. Without the dying message, we never would have been able to pinpoint the culprit. Eventually, the real Kokoro Mitsume finally died, leaving the culprit with no further reason to keep up the act. That night, the culprit grabbed a pack of dry ice and an empty oil drum. The following morning, with the intent to complete their crime, by slapping a liquid nitrogen label onto the drum, we don't make the mistake of assuming Kokoro had been frozen via the nitrogen, not the refrigerator. There was also the issue of Kokoro's missing fingertip. Had only that been missing, we'd have caught on much sooner. So to cover the tracks, the culprit cut off both her hands and feet. Not only did this work in their favor, but again, it brought more suspicion onto the Yuki Onna's curse. Finally, all that was left to do was cover the room and body in dry ice, to force the body to melt at a much slower rate before fleeing the scene. The rest was like clockwork. Over time, we'd become suspicious that Kokoro wasn't answering her door, causing us to eventually discover the body. The culprit was incredibly cunning and careful. If it weren't for Kokoro's dying message, they may very well have gotten away with the crime. Perhaps this was karma for pretending to care deeply for her. The monster who had us all fooled. The one who murdered Kokoro. It can be no one but you, Emma Magarobi.
Yeah.
No one but you? You said no one but you? It's a failure then. So be it.
Oh, fuck you. You gain 2320 experience points. Reach level 13. You gain 2 skill points. You earn a lot of money. You earn additional that many for rank bonus and stuff.
It seems you have all finally reached a conclusion.
I would have been happy like, hey, finally finished the class trial, but I still have like 20 minutes of talking.
Just like the last trial, you only get one attempt at voting. Think carefully before you decide. Now, let us see if you have chosen wisely or poorly. Ladies and gentlemen, use the panel in front of you to vote for who you believe to be the culprit. Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What is it going to be?
Penguin. Little penguin. Verdict. It's Shinji again. Not Shinji, but Hajime. We'd like to see the progress, yes.
Congratulations!
Miss Emma Magurobi was the culprit of this murder case. A rightful verdict indeed.
I must say, I'm impressed.
That your performance was splendid.
No way.
Emma.
Fuck!
Darn it. Y'all got the right answer. Emma was the killer. We had already worked it out during the class trial. Everyone must have voted for her with confidence. But even so, knowing the answer beforehand didn't make this any less of a shock. Having to accept that one of her classmates committed murder. Why? Just why? We're close friends to Kokoro. Why did you kill her, Emma? Why do you think she did it when... Why do you think she did it when there is only one possible reason? Because she's a void. You're a void, aren't you, Amy? Well?
Hey.
Isn't it too early to say that? We're not entirely sure if Emma is 100% guaranteed to be a void member.
You!
It would be best if Emma explains it to us herself.
Listen.
Emma, please. Tell us about your reason. There is no need to mind my presence, Miss Magurobi. Speak as freely as you like. Huh? What is he talking about?
I tip my hat to you.
Your beliefs are far superior to those of Miss Makunoichi, so I put my trust in you. You may use the little time you have left in any way you want. Having kept silent since the end of the trial, Emma suddenly let out a deep breath and began talking.
Nothing big. I did it because I'm a void. Like you pointed out. That's all.
You know, I have a brand new theory. One brand new little thing that came up to my mind just now. Something that I can't say right now. It would spoil a lot of things if I'm true.
Just like Hajime was. I am Mikado's co-conspirator and ally too. I'm sorry if you expected something saintly from me.
Emma's beautiful face became contorted as she spoke. It looked surprisingly similar to Hajime's appearance in the last trial. Void. See? I told you. But the Voids? Were they no longer willing to work with Mikado after we betrayed them?
Listen.
Betrayed? Yes. Hajime died, and we weren't told that we would die for real either. From our perspective, it's true that Mikado betrayed us. Then why? Why did you commit murder?
It cannot be helped.
It is too late for us to turn back. As Voids, we cannot be saved even if we decide to abandon the plan at this point. If we antagonized Mikado and helped you, escaped his silence, There will be absolutely nothing left for us. But you didn't have to go as far as to murder. I don't know about your motive, but it could have helped you get over it.
I don't understand.
It is not something that can be magically solved like that. You don't know anything about us. You have your own reasons for doing this.
Also,
Is that why you killed Kokoro? Was it to carry out Void's plan as a member of the group?
That's why.
Kokoro said Hajime's murder was coordinated in advance. They must have got a goal that needs to be accomplished no matter what. Even if it means killing someone and risking execution.
Huh?
So was supposed to murder too.
How awkward.
That is one point that I find strange as well. I'm certain Miss Magoro's turn was yet to come.
What did you say?
Huh? What do you mean?
Allow me to explain.
I will give a brief explanation. Each of the 5 voids has the responsibility to commit murder in a set order. I believe Ms. Makunoichi mentioned this before. Of course, anyone else is welcome to kill. You may think that this is a safeguard against possible deadlocks. If only voids commit murder, other voids without knowledge of the kill order would know the identity of the culprit long before the trial.
Indeed.
It would be like watching a mystery TV show after being spoiled of the ending. It would neither be fair nor entertaining. However, this is surely a great merit to know who is supposed to murder next.
what are you saying?
Then, if it wasn't Emma's turn yet,
Well, that's not good.
I was perplexed after realizing who the culprit was. The occurrence of a non-Void member was within my expectations, but Void's murdering up the kill order. It would have been nice if I was informed of this in advance.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mikado. I'm accepting your reenactment.
You are forgiven.
No need to apologize. Although you may not have noticed it, you reenacted the case of fine extent.
Kokoro.
Kokoro Mitsume, because that woman got on my nerves. I had to kill her. But you were really close with her. Why?
Alright.
Since I'm going to die soon, I'll tell you. It was when we were watching the twins' performance. What's the matter, Kokoro? The concert's still going on. But you don't want to have a talk all of a sudden. This is also for your own sake. Hope you understand. Emma, you have been encouraging me to join the rest of you over the past few days, correct? Right. How do you feel like doing it last? Well, I believe you can suppose so, but only under one condition. A condition? I have plans to cooperate and solve the situation with the rest of you if you decide to work with us, Emma. What do you mean by that? I don't know. Don't you understand? My condition is for you, a member of Void, to stop working for the group or join us. What are you talking about? Me, a Void? I admit you have done a great job, but acting won't work here. You cannot deceive me, Emma Magorobi. You are a Void. Don't worry. If I had intended to reveal identity to everyone, I would have already done so. I know a few others who are quite likely to be in the Void as well. Still, I am proposing this offer to you because you always approached me with a friendly attitude. I think it could be of great help to us. Hope you aren't considering attacking me. It will be an incredibly unwise decision. I am not imprudent enough to talk one-on-one with a dangerous individual such as you. Besides, everyone will witness your crime even if you succeed. Ask Teruya Otori to act as my bodyguard a few days ago. He should be watching us as we speak. He wasn't. He was. Folks, to the show. If you're planning any tricks, give up now. What do you want? Just as I said, come to our side. Tell everyone that you're a Void, and share any information you have about Voids, and Mikado Sanonji. We need the Void's information in order to work out the problem. In fact, I have a fairly convincing suspicion about Mikado Sanonji. If the Void's testimony backs it up, we may be able to escape this island. There are 2 more Voids among us. If I become a traitor, you know what they'll do. No need to be concerned. I believe I know who they are. If you choose to join us, I will make them follow you to join our side. That's easy for you to say. We Voids have a reason to be committed to our plan, even as far as the result of the study methods. I don't know how you managed to expose me, but I can't give up here, even if it is against you, Kokoro. Do you know our pain, or suffering? If you know so much, why don't you try your almighty mind's reading on me? Alas, you exposed your honest feelings. What? For the last few days, Emma, you constantly tried to get along with me. As the ultimate actress, you played a pure-hearted friend with a level of sincerity that even I couldn't doubt. Of course, your real purpose was to keep watching me, someone who possessed a threat to voids. You overly perfect kindness, nothing but purity in your mind. I was able to deduce that you were a void using these hints. But at the same time, I wanted to know how you truly felt. Regardless of your intents, you were the first to become this close to me. Kokoro, only after pushing you this far, I do finally understand you. Which makes me want even more for you to work with us, Emma. But don't worry. Whether it is about your father or your adoptive parents, we do the best we can to help. What? I told you earlier, because you show me your honest feelings, I can understand you now. Naturally, when I read a defenseless person's minds, I can see their true feelings. Your dark past, voice motives. I saw all of it. You saw my... I apologize for doing it without your consent, but this was the only way to convince... Emma? No. This emotion is something twisted. No monstrous? How dare you say? I'll bring money, just don't hurt me. Wait, it's a rotary.
Shit.
That's...
Good grief.
I see. Miss Magorobi's old wound was scarcely torn open by Miss Mitsumi. What are you talking about?
You see.
Miss Magorobi has lived a terrible past which she absolutely loathes to recall. I would say it's similar to psychological trauma. The mere act of recalling it is enough to cause her seizures even in ideal circumstances. We combined with her complex feelings and the shock of being exposed. Miss Magorobi couldn't control her emotional outbursts anymore.
Certainly.
So it was an accidental murder then. Now you understand why Emma committed murder when it wasn't her turn.
I messed up.
I'm sorry, everyone. As Emma just said, the day after I woke up on this island, Kokoro gave me a personal request. She said she was going to focus completely on finding the voids. I was concerned about the other voids targeting her, so she told me to watch her from close distance and come to her aid in case something happens. She might have chosen you because you were the least likely to be a void. Wait a minute, Kokoro said that? She made a whole announcement to tell us that she wasn't going to care about void whatsoever.
You see.
She said that in order to throw the voids off her trail. She wasn't sure who was in voids, so she pretended to be ignorant and worked in secret.
Then...
Kokoro really wanted to help us, but I couldn't save her. I was distracted by the concert and took my eyes off. Left Kokoro to get attacked and die right in my nose.
That's...
Don't have to feel responsible, Teria. No one would have expected a killer to attack her in a crowded place like that.
But...
Yeah, and that wouldn't mean it was her fault for doing the concert. If Kanade and I looked more closely at the audience, this wouldn't have...
The hell?
I know the audience wasn't looking toward the stage, but why didn't the twins see anything? Kanade always closes her eyes when playing the guitar. And I can't see very far when I'm focusing on communicating with people in front rows.
Cut it out!
Stop it. Now it isn't the time to blame yourselves, everyone. We just got lucky that all these bad things happen at once.
It cannot be helped.
It's already over. But I don't regret it. I was bound to happen someday. After all, this is a curse ingrained in my memory. Even if Kokoro did not bring up my past, I would have never betrayed Void.
This is my resolve.
As a Void, I'll put everything in the one last hope we have. Even if you die from it?
Even so.
Yes. Besides, it will be better than a walking corpse if the plan fails. You sure about it, Em?
Huh?
Do you really have no regrets? Big Sis has a gut feeling that he really did feel happy when he went with Coco, Em. Same when he went with us. Max said he enjoyed being with us too.
Yes.
She's right. Void is only doing this because they're forced by some unknown person. It's not too late. you can recompense for what you did earlier. But now, don't you think we should work together to give the Mikado a big kick in the butt? A big dick in the butt. Mikado, I'm done. Start my execution now.
Huh?
Is that really alright? I don't think I can face you all any longer. If I stand here for another moment, I won't be able to remain a void.
But
Emmy? No one but Emma herself would ever know why she was putting on an act or not. But I could tell that she looked incredibly distressed at that time. Knowing that a classmate committed murder, hearing that she was a void. Troubled by mixed feelings, no one knew what to say. Instead, we merely stood watching her.
Look.
I'll say one last thing. Shinji's plan, I don't think it was fundamentally in the wrong direction. If we had another way out, he wouldn't have agreed to this nasty plan. Hajime felt it too, and I did it too. I'm sure that if we had met under different circumstances, we would have stayed as good friends. But while the plan is in action, all of the process means nothing.
It cannot be helped.
No matter what you do, the outcome is already set. Just like how I'm about to die despite my struggles.
What did you say?
The outcome's already set.
That's why.
Even though I will die as another sacrifice to the plan, you all should try working against it whatever way you believe in. That's all I can say. I'm sorry. Are you seriously okay with that? It's our last chance. Can't you tell us something to strike back at Mikado with, at the very least?
Please stop that.
Your words are of no use. Like how other words, Miss Magorobi is already well aware of the state she's in. This is their only choice. They must put every bit of themselves in this plan.
say,
Just what is this plan you keep mentioning? Nothing of any of our words that makes any sense.
Now then.
Well, that would not make much of a difference, even Miss Magorobi or I told our plan to everyone here. As Miss Magorobi says, the outcome is already set. Everything here is only a step leading towards an outcome.
You're amazing.
In any case, I would like to show respect to Miss Magorobi's towering intellect. Keeping calm in her current position isn't an easy task to do. Show respect to your intellect. Ha, I can see why Miss Magorobi enjoyed these types of jokes. I do not care, just kill me already.
Ah, how boring.
Alright. I'm glad to have worked with such an outstanding person. It's almost a shame that I have to execute her myself. But are you certain about this? The subject of death is not something to be taken lightly, even more so than you think.
Careful now.
Only a few minutes left. You'll be executed shortly after. Prepare to take in the full experience of the last moments of your life. The excitement in the crowd has waned by now. Must be time for your curtain calm the execution. Let us commence. I have prepared a special punishment for tonight's blackens. Miss Emma Magorobi, the ultimate actress. Die. I'm dying. Hold on, don't start yet. I think I'm scared. Then, shall we start?
I don't want to die! I don't want to die! I still want to live! I don't want to be killed!
It's punishment time.
And mute. Okay, what the fuck? Get out of here. Is it still on point with the times? Come on.
Why so serious?
Oh.
Poor woman. You were never paid back for your efforts. She got mauled to death by a bunch of monsters. Farewell, Miss Yamamagorobi. May her remains rest in peace. She was not turned into a puppet either.
No way.
Ah. Dear me, an excellent colleague I must say. But you two were nothing more than a predictable average being in the end.
How disgraceful.
Pleading for mercy at the very last moment. How utterly disgraceful. Please, no more. How long do we need to keep doing this?
Arnett?
Damn it.
Well, great.
You done here? Can I leave now?
Dumbass.
Hey you! What gives you the right to act like that, when you contributed so little?
Piss off.
Shouldn't be used to it by now. Mind your own business.
But...
Shobai, I don't care what you do, but aren't you in need of a way to get out of this place too? I can look after myself. Quit bothering me.
Well, that came out of left field, huh?
Now that go. Yamamagorobi, wasn't it? I heard her speaking. Something about the girl she offed, Kokoro Mitsumi. Can't help but wonder. Shit, that might have been a greater loss than I thought.
The hell?
What is he talking about?
Seriously?
He just left?
Congratulations.
My, what an eventful evening. Everyone, I must thank you for the hard work. Our numbers may dwindle, but we cannot let our spirit falter. Let's return to our daily lives. Otherwise, those fearful looks of yours may frighten away the speaks of joy, Sparks.
No good.
He's a spiteful person, even till the end. Second class trial was over. The culprit of the second murder was executed. Regardless of who she really was, this was the death of a friend we had been living with for the past few days. Like in Hajime's case, this wasn't a feeling I could just push aside. And now that remained in the courtroom was an extremely unpleasant feeling. Even Setsuko and Shinji, who had been our pillars of strength, kept silent as they lost their energy.
Hey!
Stop crying, Iroha. Guys, I don't know what to say, but we can't give up here.
Darn it!
Oh, come on, Terry, think, man. I would have said at a time like this. Damn it. Everyone?
For real?
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day where I agree with Mikado.
Huh?
Big sis? Oh. Huh.
Guys, snap out of it!
Huh?
Vicky? What are you doing moping around like this? We can't let this beat us. Even Mikado knew that. Now let's hold our heads up and return to our daily lives. Oh what? Do you want to stay up all night in this creepy class trial room? Huh?
What are you saying?
The heck? Did you suddenly get possessed by a spirit or something? Honestly, I'm feeling a lot of guilt right now. I'm indirectly responsible for both Jimmy and Amy's murders. We threw the party that led to Rin dying because he was complaining all the time. And also helped with the concert Suka plans, where Kokoro was murdered.
What?
Yeah, so? Why not gonna bust your tears again? How original. Shut up, Nikki. And yeah, this is tough. But if I keep being peevish and whiny, then it'll just happen for the third time. Another murder will happen because of me.
Okay.
Not at all. It's not your fault. Don't put the blame on yourself, you idiot.
In that case...
No, it's okay. I realized that I have to change when Suka cheered me up last time. And even more so, I don't want to be a burden to the rest of you. Well, how about that? How could anyone say no to such a heartwarming speech from Lil Bicky? What are you calling you little, huh?
Oh, right.
Alright. What I must say it confirms my thoughts. The voids are...
Pay attention.
The voids are victims too. But I don't know about their goal. I do know that the bonds we made with them over the past few days were real. Whatever the plan is, they can only carry it out because they have no other choice. So if we could just find another way to help them, we could solve everything.
Awesome. Things are heating up.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, time to find this other way. If we work together, we can save the voids and ourselves. I, Shiji Kasai, promise you that I will never, ever give up. Everyone. It seemed that if Hibiki pulled us out of the bleak moment we're in. If you think about it, Wouldn't she be the person who changed the most upon coming to this island? After going through a series of events, Hibiki Hano developed a mature attitude that moved everyone's hearts. With a few exceptions, of course. Like hell we will.
What did you say? I'm out.
If you're going to be our buddy after this, be my guest. But I'm out. I'm going to do this by myself now.
Huh?
Nikki, what got you all of a sudden?
What?
It's not all of a sudden. Didn't I tell you before the trial? Blindly trusting one another is just a recipe for disaster. We tried it twice now. Both times ended the same way. Shinji said voids are our victims too. But so what? That doesn't make any less of a criminal. And we don't know when they're gonna come after us either. Well, I'll have fun with that. If you want to still call them friends and whatnot, then be my guest. But get me out of this. I'm done.
Are you for real?
What? You made all that effort to join your group and now you're throwing away just like that?
If so,
Are you hiding something from us? Could you be in void?
This is pointless.
Think whatever you want. It's just that I can't trust your naive approach with work. For now on, I'm flying solo like Shobai. Good luck with that strange Teria guy. Later. Jeez, what's up with that guy? Why is he suddenly acting like that?
Wait.
Suddenly? No, Nick saw it so himself. Even before the murder, he already had some gripes for the situation. He can do whatever he wants. It's not like I wanted him with us. That said, we should be going now.
Now then.
Right. Let's think of what to do next when morning comes. Roha, you feeling any better? Yes, I'm sorry for the mess earlier. Yuki, we should go. Yuki? What's wrong? You were spacing out. You was a big fan of Amy. I know how you feel, but try to cheer up for Amy, okay?
That's...
It's not because of that.
sorry.
Huh? Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. It's like a few people are still a bit shaken. It's understandable though.
I promise it.
Staying positive will pay off in the long run, I promise you. So for now, let's bear this hardship together.
Come on.
Okay, let's go up, Kanade. This isn't how Hibiki is supposed to be.
Hey, Kanade.
What are you doing, Kanade? We're gonna keep our big sis waiting. Let's go, come on.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, big sis, I'm coming. A moment of delight was cut short by Nikki, followed by a few others that looked tense and uneasy. Once again, our bonds have been pushed to the limits with Kokoro and Emma's deaths. How would this affect our group? Only time will tell. Although we're all worried about the same problem, no one chose to verbalize it. And we finally decided to get rest for the day. It's the night of the second class trial. We all unanimously agreed to decide what to do tomorrow, after some sleep. Emma. Wait. We don't have any clues about them. What is their objective? For what reason did they come up with a plan like this and carry it out? Continuously turning over in my mind questions I would never understand, I descended into abyss of the night, a notion of sleep. Yes, we have to be more careful from now on. I do my best to look after that thing you told me about. Be careful, act normal in voids, and don't let them find out. Yes, I know.
Just count on Big Sis for everything.
Danganronpa.
Good. You've paid the Oscar prize. Would like to save your progress? Yes. You have officially reached the end of the chapter. When further chapters come out, please load the save you just made. Thank you for an infinite amount of patience, and we hope you enjoy your time playing. If you found any bugs or problems while playing, please support it on the Troubleshooting and Bugs channel. Thank you for playing Chapter 2, and see you in the future for the rest of the game. With love, the SDRA2 English dub team. Oh, it just dumps me on. Well, I guess if I want to continue with the dub, I have no choice but to wait. Because it just got dumped out of the... Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, the stream's over. I guess if I want to continue playing the dubbed version, I have no choice but to wait. I don't know if I can just transfer... Because what was my expectation? I just turned off my microphone. The dub ends, and yeah, the game just continues like normal, just without the dub. But no, it's a complete different version. So technically, if I were to continue the game on this version, I would have to wait for the dub to come out. When is it coming out? I have no idea. Well, thank God I had something planned already for the week. So I guess I'm waiting. Let me just check when on the stream I am right now. My own stream. Oh, don't need sound. So yeah. Oh, there's no music. Oh no, there is music. Alright. Thank you for watching, as says the message on the screen. And earlier on the stream, Edric called Benigno Acero. Said it's Super Bowl day. Good to know. But on my calendar says it's Valentine's Day. I don't have my own Valentine. I have nothing prepared. But if you do, if it is your Valentine, if you have something prepared, mind yourself. And be very mindful of the consequences of what may or may not happen after Valentine's. You have been warned. Be a good kid. Be good in general. Good night.